our first panel discussion, I would like to welcome the Secretary General of the European People's Party, Mr. Thanasis Bakoulas, for the opening remarks. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for your kind invitation. Tommy, it's so good to be here amongst friends, as it's more and more challenging to find good friends these days. So thank you, Mr. President, and thank you very much to all. Good morning. Simply going through the agenda of today's event is enough for all of us to understand the magnitude of the challenges the European Union is facing and the immense tasks we all face as individuals working within these institutions. We must remember that the next European political cycle will start after the European elections in 2024. There's no time to waste. We must present to our citizens in every country a platform for the future of our union, because it is our union. The EPP has always been a force of pragmatism, a force of leadership, a force of real solutions to the problems, to the real problems faced by our citizens. However, today we are confronted with a very challenging landscape. The war in Ukraine, the ongoing polarization of the international system, climate change, and various societal pressures have created a sense of uncertainty amongst our citizens. Advances in technology, especially artificial intelligence, will have major impacts on our economies, our societies, their stability, and the way we live. Europe must foster technology to increase its competitive edge, for sure, but it must also prevent instability amongst its democratic institutions. We must remain steadfast in safeguarding our core democratic values: peace, solidarity, and the rule of law. The legitimacy of our democratic institutions must be protected from the disinformation leveraged by our opponents to spread lies and polarize the European Union. As we approach the next European elections, it's important to listen to our voters and provide solutions to the problems they face. We all know that Russia's unprovoked full-scale invasion of Ukraine upended the post-Cold War geopolitical order. And this has had tremendous consequences to the way we see our neighborhood and the way we see our world. The EPP thus must be a force. It must lead in the debate towards an EU that is not afraid to stand up for what is right, to use our collective power in order to pursue a realistic approach in building a solid defense, a critical step to achieving an autonomous European defense capability within the context of NATO. The organizers of this event highlighted very rightly the need to address the democratic challenge, the demographic challenge for Europe. This issue touches upon our pension and welfare systems, the future of our workforce, the need to review critical aspects of migration and integration of non-EU nationals, but also the need for improved skills for all. The EU is our common house, and the EPP has played a significant and pioneering role in building this house over the last 7 decades. It is my strong belief that Europeans want a newfound realism which will offer them the safety and the security they need to live their lives and dream their future. This is our goal. Many are accusing Europe today of deficiencies or its heterogeneity. However, those who look to Europe for solutions are more. A Europe that protects, a Europe that cares for its citizens is a realistic concept which can define our efforts to overcome divisions, can enhance our unity, can safeguard our democracy, and finally can allow us to act as a stronger global actor. Thank you so much for your attention, and I wish all the best to the rest of this event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary General, for your introductory remarks and official opening of our Network 2023. Good morning once again, everyone. Good morning to those of you who came here today, but also to our online viewers who are following this debate through the Martin Center platforms. We are here today with this first panel to discuss a very complex topic, very fascinating one, European democracy in the age of disinformation, polarization, and artificial intelligence. And before we start the discussion, I would like to thank our co-organizing partners, our Maltese, Albanian, and Austrian member foundations who helped us put together this interesting discussion, hopefully interesting discussion. My name is Margherita Movarelli. I am the head of communications and marketing at the Martin Center, and as you can imagine, I will have the pleasure to moderate this debate. We have a full day of discussions ahead of us, so I'm very happy to kick off straight away this very intense day by delving into this complex topic with our speakers that I am going to introduce. So, first of all, to the very left, Mr. Krešnik Čolaku, hope I pronounced it correctly, member of the Albanian Parliament, Deputy Head of the Parliament's Foreign Affairs Committee. Thank you for being here. My colleague Eline Chivot, Senior Advisor on Digital Policy and Economic Affairs at the European People's Party. Thank you. And last but not least, Mr. Peter Ajus. Again, hope I pronounced your name correctly, former head of the Office of the European Parliament in Malta, senior EU officials. So thank you all for being with us today. But let's start by setting the ground of our discussion immediately. In recent years, we have witnessed an unprecedented rise of disinformation and polarization a bit everywhere in Europe and in the world, I would say, particularly online, which is posing a new challenge to our democratic institutions and societies. Particularly the rapid spread of disinformation promoted through social media and other digital communication platforms, we know that has the potential to undermine trust in democratic institutions and promote also extremist views, hence creating more polarization in the debate. Artificial intelligence is also contributing to that, and it is among the most discussed topics, particularly nowadays. We see enormous progress and expectations when it comes to open AI softwares and tools, but also a lot of concerns about the ethical aspects and the use that could be made of such AI technologies. So there are some questions that obviously come to the mind of anyone who is discussing these issues. First of all, how is all this affecting our democracies? How can they adapt and be resilient vis-à-vis such disruptive changes? So I'd like to give the floor straight to you with some general questions that can help us set the ground for the discussion. And we will have a first round of reactions, and then we will follow up with more questions To make it more interactive, we've also foreseen a Q&A session in the second half of the panel, so note down your questions and be ready when the moment comes. So, Eline, I would like to start with you so that you can help us identify the key challenges and threats and perhaps also, opportunities in this new context that I have described.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. Nice to see some familiar faces today. So disinformation is not new. We know we've seen things like conspiracy theories before, and we know the harms that can cause to democratic stability. The harms it can cause to trust in our institutions. But we also know why it's now a harder problem to tackle, because in the digital age, we have seen the rise of online platforms which have increased the reach of that sort of information. I do want to stress, though, that, and it's sometimes it's forgotten in the discussion, that social media platforms, if we want to talk about that type of platforms, they're also a great way to connect people and communities together. And they also have the potential to make our processes, including democratic processes, more inclusive and participatory. So that's also something we should keep in the back of our mind, even if we do also want to stress and acknowledge that they have become one of the main vehicles of disinformation. They have amplified those conspiracy theories that we've seen before, anti-democratic narratives. You also have issues of election interference. And this is because they have a business models, those platforms, and they use technologies that tend to amplify certain kinds of content. They value engagement and the time spent online, so you know that with the likes, with the resharing, also the fact that it's personalizing content and it's using micro-targeting, that amplifies the exposure to a certain type of content that tends to be more divisive and emotionally charged. Another consequence is that you have the development of what is called the echo chambers and the filter bubbles, which typically limits your exposure to a plurality of opinions, to a diversity of opinions. So that contributes to the fragmentation and the polarization of views, which we know are quite toxic to our democracies today. Another major trend that has made the problem of disinformation a bigger issue is that state and non-state actors have also become extremely good at using those tools online. And so that also contributes to making it a bigger problem. People have access to those tools more easily. They've become cheaper. And you've seen in the news, just to conclude, a few events that supposedly were linked to disinformation online that could have impacted certain events like the Capitol events and also the Brexit and other types of elections. That I could still discuss in another event, because it's very debatable as to whether social media platforms truly had an impact in shifting the opinions of voters, but it is still something that needs our attention when we talk about democracy online.
And particularly, you have identified that there are some common trends, not only at the European level, but globally. But I would also say that there are many differences then when it comes to the way that disinformation of polarization then are perceived at the national level and they unfold at the national level. So both at the EU and the non-EU level. So here I would like to go to a very concrete case, the Maltese case. How are the topics and the common trends and challenges that Eline described, how they affect the Maltese context, a national context, which is also a particular one, because Malta is an island, the very south of the European Union. So how is all that Eline mentioned affecting Malta in a way?
First of all, thank you, Margherita. Thank you, everyone at the Wilfred Martin Center for handling this. It's a pleasure. It's an honor to be with you, with all the family of the EPP and our think tanks together. Well, Margherita, I come from Malta. One of the, let's say, I think Malta has been a pilot project of the European construction in the past with the Knights of St. John, which you will recall, some of you who have had history lessons, who basically brought 8 languages together from all across our continent, and they formed up an institution, a way of cooperating, a way of prospering together, and a way of defending Europe in its values and its interests. So that was maybe one of the pilot projects of what was later to become the European Union, and we are inspired by it. When it comes to misinformation and disinformation, I want to share with you also a personal perspective. You know, I worked in the European institutions. I was a negotiator in the Council of the EU. I worked at the European Parliament, and I was there before Brexit and after Brexit. And I can share with you my experience as a negotiator in the Council, for instance, and in trialogues, in negotiating and co-decision with the European Parliament. I have seen the Brits as being formidable negotiators, always fighting for their national interest and achieving results. You know, both at Council, where the UK got excellent products to take home, you know, excellent results to take home in the negotiations at European Council with Cameron and the ministers at Council level and at working group. It was probably, for me to see as a delegation in Council, one of the most efficient, a delegation which others used to look with admiration and taking experience from it. And the same thing in the European Parliament. You had people like Malcolm Harbour chairing the IMCO committee, one of the most influential and interest-driven committee in the European Parliament. And notwithstanding this, notwithstanding that the UK had a very efficient membership of the European Union, it took home a lot of results, both in terms of policy, funding, influence, even at the international level. Notwithstanding this, when the Brits had the chance to either embrace their European membership or to throw it away, the majority threw it away. And why is that? Because the monster of disinformation can creep in the most insidious ways in the lives of people through lies and through lack of clarity, through suspicion. And our biggest challenge as committed Europeans, people who want their country, their family, their people to prosper in the European Union, and the European Union is a vector for prosperity, that's it. It's a noble vector for prosperity of our peoples. We must fight this. We must cut, first of all, through complexity, because of most of what we do here is complex. I see it in Malta, you know, when I try to explain even basic concepts, the difference between Commission, Council, Parliament. And one of the most frequent questions I get in Malta, why is the European Union doing nothing about corruption in Malta? What do you tell to these people? You need to explain the principle of conferral of powers in the treaty. It's too complex to explain to people. So this is our biggest challenge as committed Europeans. And this is why it's a privilege for me to participate in this setting, which is grouping, you know, academic, political organizations, think tanks. It is our duty to simplify what we are doing and to explain it to the people. This is the first collision with reality that I had personally when, from a negotiator in Council and Parliament, I was in charge of communicating with the people in Malta. First as head of the information office in Malta, and then as a politician. And I can tell you, it's a very challenging task, but this is the way to go. We need to simplify our message to come across to our people.
Yeah, this is an interesting point because, in fact, we always, not always, but often speak about digital platforms as super spreader of disinformation or misinformation, while digital platforms can be also very useful tools when it comes to informing people and spreading good information. So that's an important point. But before we go for a follow-up round of questions and we go a bit deeper into the topic, I'd like to hear the perspective of a non-EU country. Do you share the same challenges? How are things in Albania? Is disinformation an issue? I think it is more of an issue at the internal level than the external level. So it's more of a country issue, but you don't get that much disinformation from external actors. But it would be interesting to hear from you.
Well, thank you, Margarita, and thank you guys all for being with us today. I'm sorry, I will be very disappointing with you because you are asking answers from me, and I have none. I just wanted to share with you some concerns about those problematics, which are, it looks to be global, affects all our countries, despite European or outside the European Union on other countries. I think we are living a new era, a new time, with this progressive, aggressive development of technologies and this newborn way being of communication, which is the social media. We are living it, but my opinion is that we are not ready to understand what is going on. And let me quote one writer and philosopher, which I appreciate very much, an Italian called Umberto Eco, talking about the social media and the effect they have on our lives. Umberto Eco says, social media gives legions of idiots the right to speak when they once only spoke at a bar after a glass of wine without harming the community. But now they have the same right to speak as a Nobel Prize winner. It is an invasion of the idiots. This is Umberto Eco. Might look a bit cynic, but I think this is the reality we're facing. First of all, I believe we should understand what is going on. Is this power, uncontrolled power from this new media, new being, new social media, is a collateral damage of progress and the developments of technology? Might be. It is a phenomenon which we cannot understand and control, but it's natural. Could be. Can be a weapon, a very intelligent and even evil minded created weapon to destabilize and to challenge our democracies and our system of a democratic system. I believe in three of those opportunities. Any one of that could be. But to face the effects that through the social media and the importance that these social media are having in our lives, to try to refrain and to control the damage, we should understand what is going on with our lives, with this new form of communication, with the right of everyone to impact our lives. And my colleague mentioned the Capitol Hill attack. It was terrible to see how an angry mob would attack the very important, the very highest place of democracy and the democratic institution, Capitol Hill, because they believed the presidential election had been stolen. How this all started. If you have seen, I've been following all the media during those moments, and what impressed me the most, it was that the attackers, the protesters, most of them was simple people, normal people, not even collected with extremist groups or radical groups. What happened? Then happened that lie after lie, and another one, and another one, everyone found himself believing in a falsity, in another truth, virtual truth, which was not true at all. But the danger that this creates It was really outstanding, and I think it was a wake-up call also for American democracy, but all the world, Europe and our countries that prefer to live in a democratic system and institution. I think we as human beings, we think we are logical creatures. Sometimes we are, sometimes we are not. Most of our opinion and acts and decisions that we think are based on our logic sometimes are not. We are very much influenced by the social networking we are living, from a demographic situation we are living. We are affected from who we are, how we live, economic development, and everything. And of course, social media has this power to surround us with a presence that mostly share our preconception to intercept reality. And this is a danger, I think, because this creates us the illusion that our principle and our truth is not validated from a logical of knowledge or the reality, but by the number of likes and the retweets. Anything we say is being shared among other people. And this creates not a realistic reality, but a virtual reality, which I believe, and this is I see the danger, can be easily manipulated and used, if they want, but now they can, to use this tool, proud tool of the democratic countries, which was the freedom and freedom to speak and freedom to think. This very important tool that built the Western democracies the danger is, I believe, the danger can become that this very tool could have been transformed in a weapon to destroy our system of democratic life, freedom of speech. Because we have the choice, if we have the dilemma to choose between freedom of speech for every single, for everyone, and if this can jeopardize can become a weapon to destabilize our society, to increase mistrust on our democratic system, a government, the first reaction, it comes that we can do less from our freedom, but at least we can save our system. And I believe that this would be the wrongest path to go. Because if we give up our freedom, everyone who's fighting with our freedom has won at the case. And as I told you, this is my concern. I don't have any answer, but what I know, and I'm sure, coming from a country that has been for 50 years under communism regime, and we know very well how is the living in a system which is ruled from the censor and authoritarian system, and discriminating people from what they think, what they say. This is the wrong way to go. The wrongest way to go. Attitude to follow is the wrongest one. Is the most dangerous one. Is the easiest, maybe for now, but this is our challenge, to find a way to preserve our values, freedom to speech, freedom of thinking, freedom of opposition, freedom of dissenting, and at the same time to preserve our democracy from other forces, intelligences or phenomena, social phenomena might be, to destroy and to compromise this very system, which is democratic system and freedom of speech and thinking differently.
Yes, you have voiced many of the concerns that indeed one could highlight when speaking about social media platforms, online debates, artificial intelligence tools. Yeah. But let's look at the positive side, at the other side of the coin. We've seen what happened in Iran. So social media have helped also a lot in other circumstances to give voice to people that perhaps didn't have other means. So in a way, there is, when you speak about technology, technology is not good or bad per se, but there is always, in a way, the way you use it. And here I would come back to you, Eileen, and speak about regulations at the European level and national level, because obviously when you have new tools and a new phenomenon, it's important to regulate, and what happens in real life, actually what happens online, and what it is not legit in real life should not be legit online. So, you know, the EU is making a lot of efforts, we've seen that, in regulating this phenomenon and in trying to counter disinformation more systematically. Do you think it's enough, or more could be done? Or it's too much, perhaps?
Thank you very much. I will jump to your question, but first I wanted to react to 2 points I've heard. That it's true that complexity, I mean, it is good to use social media to communicate complex messages in a more simple manner. But often complexity gets lost on social media because it's hard to go to complexity when you have to be simple with just a few characters. Nevertheless, it's very important that we still try to manage to come across with a message through a complex message, but it's our responsibility to make sure it is well received. You talked about, well, Umberto Eco talked about idiots. The problem is, but one issue sometimes is we shouldn't despise those people either. These people have lost trust in institutions, so I'm not saying you say yourself that they're idiots, but we have to address those people's concerns, because this is not just about blaming social media for being responsible for idiots not having any knowledge or education, going crazy on a Capitol Hill. This is really, okay, but then how do we address the root causes? And then to your question, so definitely the solution doesn't lie in banning online platforms, or I mean, there's a certain discomfort in having either they or the state regulates too much or impose their own policies, or that we weigh in too much with our rules. Behind those systems, there are people, developers. These are our interlocutors, so we should talk to them. This is also how we get to better understand the problem and better understand their work. And that means we need to gain more visibility into those systems, more data, and that more transparency typically. And this is about building more robust regulations. That European Union tried that a lot. Because platform policies can be good, like newspapers' editorial policies could be. I mean, they have terms of engagement as long as they're compliant with basic laws. I mean, that's fine. That's a good basis to start with. But we did realize in Europe, at least, that it's not enough, that we also need frameworks that are agreed by people that are held accountable by other people, so the regulators, because platforms' decisions are actually too significant for our democratic processes and freedom of expression to be just left to platforms. So the EU has adopted a code of conduct and practice on disinformation, a European Democracy Action Plan, to name a few, the Digital Education Action Plan. There's also a legislative instrument on political advertisement, which also happens increasingly online, as you know. The EU has developed a digital compass with targets through 2030, which includes a set of digital rights and principles aiming to make the online environment a healthier place. And they have opened recently a European Center for Transparency in Algorithms in Sevilla in order to provide the Commission with more research and insights on how algorithms work. And this Sevilla Center is also one of the tools to implement the Digital Services Act, which is one of the most recent adopted laws relevant to online platforms. And this will definitely solve some issues because companies will have to provide more information about their systems. And there's also the AI Act. To try to go to the point straight away, even though I'd like to further elaborate, but being mindful of the time, the EU has done a lot, sometimes shooting not at the wrong target, but perhaps with overreaching requirements in some respects that it doesn't always make sense to impose on any system, because there are many AI models, there are many different systems online. It doesn't make sense to impose requirements that are one-size-fits-all type of requirements, because that also means it's a resource drain you impose on company. And not just to the big tech firms, because what you're also saying is, okay, we're just going to target a few American firms, the bigger one. But then what you're saying is to your European companies, which are smaller, well, you know what's going to happen if you scale too much. You're going to have to, comply with all these rules. And that requires money, that requires time, that requires a bunch of lawyers, which our companies don't necessarily have the money for. So it is also important that we make sure, it's a very well-known concept, that we do not prevent our own companies from innovating, because our democratic institutions in Europe are based on values. If the technologies that are conducive to democracy or not online are not developed by Europe, in Europe, then who will develop them? Others, which have a different set of values. So it's important that we find that balance, and sometimes I feel, and again, not getting into too much of the details, that there could be something more, that we could do something better here to be more balanced in this.
Better exactly in what sense? What do you mean? If you had to list...
Like I said, if you impose requirements that are impractical or they're not realistic, it's impossible to implement a law. Some of the regulations, you have an accumulation of digital policy relevant laws. 97 of them have been adopted or are being adopted right now. You have companies that are writing to the Commission or Business Europe or others saying we have an overload of legal requirements here. This is just a nightmare to implement. It's even starting with this, trying to see we have this better regulation principle, one in, one out. And the president of the EPP actually said a couple of times it's more 5 in, 1 out at the moment. And so we really have to make sure we get that straight for our business's sake, if that answers your question.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, we've been talking a lot about social media, but we shouldn't forget also the media landscape when it comes to disinformation, particularly in countries such as Malta or Albania, but in many others, there are several issues when it comes to disinformation, polarization. We know that everything is intertwined, because obviously also all media platforms are present on social media, so you cannot really separate the two. I'm just wondering, from the perspective of a European member state, what we just discussed with Aline, that sometimes perhaps the objectives are too unrealistic or ambitious. How would you react to that, particularly coming from a smaller member state that may have issues in keeping up with all the regulations that are coming out at the EU level?
First of all, tying to what was said earlier on social media, of course, social media has a lot of risks and we need to manage them. But in some contexts, it can also be the savior. So if I speak about Malta in particular right now, we have a party in government who has basically total control on the public broadcasting, on national TV, on national resources, and has a big chunk of the private sector also working for him or under the influence of government through public spending. So it's true that social media, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, whoever, they can be a challenge if people are saying whatever. But they can also save the day if at least the people have a platform which is ruled by the people. So this is the dilemma here. And from my personal experience and from the experience of the political party to whom I belong, social media is a huge asset. It's a huge asset, and it's a platform where you can put an alternative truth out there. Now, when it comes to disinformation and handling, European disenchantment, European populism, I think I would tie with what Aline said in the sense that we need to focus on results. There are two aspects here. The focus on results, giving concrete results to different sectors of the population, be it the business community, directly to citizens, to our youth sector. And then, of course, seeing that results are actually communicated well. And I think on the second aspect, there is volumes to be written, but a quick word on the results. Of course, coming from an island, you know, I can see many times where what Europe is doing at a central level is difficult to sell at the national level in an island which is disconnected from the continent and which has very different realities. So definitely there is no one in here in the European Commission, the European Parliament, who wants to put islands at a disadvantage. Actually, our treaties say that islands should be favored because of their geographical difficulties. But this requires a permanent safeguard. This requires permanent attention. Because once the European machinery starts working, we know it's a very fast-moving machinery with a lot of actors. So coming from an island, I would always stress this. You know, the European Union will always be a success as long as it manages to realize that it's handling different realities. And this requires additional sensibility to islands and to territories who are less favored. The second point on communicating the benefits of the EU, I definitely believe with a huge sense of will and commitment that the European Union should be investing more in communicating what it does at the ground level. Because we are saying a lot in Brussels, we are communicating at the highest level, you know, with press conferences, with political statements, but they are not necessarily reaching the people at home, the people in the villages, the people in the squares.
There have been several
I can give you an example, for instance, with the COVID, both the handling and the battle against the COVID-19 and its aftermath. First of all, in Malta, for instance, right? So we had thousands of people being vaccinated, also thanks to the European Union concerted action, but it was mainly the government who took credit for it. So people are ready to criticize the EU, but they don't remember that they actually took the vaccine and the booster for their mom and their sisters and their brothers, also thanks to the EU. And the second example, which I see a lot also in Malta, with the COVID recovery funds, you know, the government in Malta, the authorities in Malta, the private sector, was able to sustain thousands of people in their jobs in the hardest of times, where we were facing practically a recession. That also comes through EU funding, but very few people in Malta would know that. Because who is defending the European Union in Malta? Who is defending it in Italy? Very few people actually take the burden of defending something which is impersonal, which is far away. And this is why we need ambassadors on the ground. We need the students speaking for the EU. We need the business community speaking for the EU. And this can be done then through all the platforms, including social media. So a platform which can be a challenge, which can be a threat to the European Union and its noble intentions, can actually become an opportunity.
Exactly, and here, sorry, I would stop you because I would like to do a little experiment. Actually, I already did it at home, but I want to do it with you live. Because we speak about platforms that can be an asset, and although there are many concerns about open artificial intelligence, this is also an asset. Because if you have to prepare for a panel moderation or for a speaking engagement, don't tell me that you haven't tried these new tools that can really, really help you a lot. So there is always the other side of the coin, and technology can be a tremendous asset. So what I did, basically, I will ask you a question that I have asked also myself to an open artificial intelligence software, so that we see what you come up with your answer, and then we will see what artificial intelligence would answer to the same question. if you are okay, we do this little experiment, no pressure. I still think that there is, sometimes no very comprehensive answer, but let's see a bit what would happen. So my question is actually, what is the impact of artificial intelligence advancements on democratic institutions? Who wants to start? Eline, you want to go ahead?
Well, it's very tricky to be honest, because
so basically I asked the OpenAI, what is the impact of the same AI advancements on democratic institutions?
Well, I guess I've answered it partially by saying that those systems that are at the heart of certain platforms and tools that we use can have a positive impact by connecting people, making sure that they participate more in certain processes, that we can communicate some messages better. At the same time, they can accelerate the diffusion of certain content that we may not want to see, or at least not see multiply everywhere. Very briefly. Do I pass?
Yes. Artificial intelligence.
I hardly manage to understand the present. How can you ask me to predict the future? So I don't have really any answer to that. And I hope it will help our future. But I believe the most important thing is to regulate it. Because I'm not absolutely against the development of technologies and all the system, but we have to keep a right balance between the technology and artificial intelligence and our system of values. And if we are smart enough to see that coming in the future and to prevent by regulation any consequences that this might have, I think we'll do the right thing now. But as I said before, I cannot predict the future.
I think the catch here is that most of the times you would need the information real time, because you were fighting an electoral campaign, for instance, and then you get the data after the results of the campaign on how much your adversary has spent on Google ads, on Facebook ads, on targeted advertising, but you get them after the election. So what we need to push for probably is, more real-time input of transparency. So I think the legislator will never catch up with the ingenuity of men and marketeers to push their cause. But what we need is more transparency. We need the citizen to be aware of how he or she is being manipulated or driven in a commercially driven way.
I tried because I also have it here.
Okay.
Perhaps my colleagues can help me. And
let us see the results, yeah?
He can show the answer of the AI tool, but I can already tell you
Does the winner has any prize?
Of everything you mentioned, because there is the positive, negative impacts side. This is how the
it's
AI
typically academic response.
Is structuring.
Boring.
I wouldn't say so. I wouldn't be judgmental about also an AI answer, as much as I wouldn't be judgmental with an individual answering a question. There is then the complexity. You said regulating, important to regulate the phenomenon. You said also the importance of increased transparency. So I had to divide it into several slides, because actually it's a very complex answer that you get from the OpenAI software. So the question, so you see the first part, we're not going to read it all, but just some highlight. It's a complex and multifaceted issue with both positive and negative potential outcomes, which is exactly what we said. And then you see the positive impacts listed: improved efficiency, enhanced decision-making, increased transparency, greater citizen participation, and the negative impacts: threat to jobs, obviously, bias and discrimination, privacy concerns, threat to democracy itself. And at the very end, concluding remark, the impact of AI advancements on democratic institutions will depend on how the technology is developed, regulated, and used. So it's quite scary because there are, in a way, all the elements that we mentioned. So a big point of discussion nowadays is, have we created something this time that really can replace a human being and do things better? But wasn't this the case with the World Wide Web back then? So I want to, this is an open question for you, and perhaps also an open question that can stimulate a bit, because I would like to open it for discussion also with our audience here to see if you have questions. It's an open question. I don't have an answer, but perhaps you have some comments to that.
I want to have some more comments about the issue we're talking, what European Union should do, despite this, of course, regulation acts and preventing everything. But I believe, furthermore, we should build solidarity to support the truth. I'm a politician. On my area, I have very mixed components, well-educated people, but 20 to 30% of my area, constituency, are people who live abroad, not very highly educated, and so that. And 15 to 20% of my voters believed that getting a vaccine might cause autism. Now I'm a politician. I want to be elected. I need their votes. Should I go and tell the truth that you guys are out of your mind, vaccine is helping us all to survive this pandemic, or act as a populist, everyone acts, go for it, don't worry about, don't do the vaccine, just give me the votes. This is a decision I had to make on my own. But I think as a political party, government or opposition, and even European Union as a power, as a huge power in our continent, should take side on this solidarity to the truth. I'm sorry the General Secretary has left us, but I will give you an example of what's going on my own party, which is Democratic Party, center-right party in Albania. We had a situation 2 years ago. Albania and United States is a strategic partner, and 2 years ago, the President of United States, Biden, issued a decree, American US policy toward Western Balkan countries, that he considered the corrupted actors in the region as a threat to national security of the countries, even also for the United States. And they started sanctioning people designating non grata, corrupted politician, on their perspective. The former leader of my party, very well known in Europe, in European People's Party, has been Prime Minister of Albania and President of Albania, has been designated as a non grata from the United States of America, from State Department as a tool to make pressure on the country. And this is going on in all the Balkans. Now, in Albania, my party, it has been created such a conspiracy theory that this is not due to the act of corruption and because of the decree of President Biden, but because a conspiracy that Mr. George Soros, being friend of Prime Minister of Albania, which is center-left party, has created this designation for a very strong leader of the opposition So what we need, and what I would need from European and EPP as a group, please guys, do this solidarity on the truth. We know the truth. But if you want to play, as I made my own choice to play, to tell the truth to my people, because I cannot get votes and let people to refuse vaccine. Also, European Union should deal with our countries, Malta and Albania and others, should deal and should act with the truth, with the Solidarity Act to support the truth, the reality. This is the only way I think the European Union can help our countries and the prevail to our system, democratic systems.
Eileen, Peter,
Sorry for
reaction. No problem. Quick reaction on the AI topic, and then we open it up for possible questions.
Well, I mean, you said it was scary, and you said the impact of AI is something about the future. It's now, and it's not scary. And I think if you want to address voters and make sure that they get vaccines, if the vaccine is a good one, obviously, then there's a lot that has to happen at the level of media literacy and education. And I know this is not a selling argument because you need long-term investment that doesn't necessarily get you votes, but this is how we can get our people use those tools in a wise way and in a way that will be safe and conducive to participation rather than disinformation. And yes, the AI Act will have some safeguards, and that's for another day. That will make sure that we get more transparency into those systems. So rather than being scared, I would say use them, teach the teachers to use them so that they can teach their own students.
Peter.
We can take some questions.
Just a quick reaction, and then we take immediately.
Well, AI can be part of the solution as well. I mean, as long as we use it in a transparent way, as we said earlier.
We go, yeah. The lady first. Oh, we have several. I hope we manage to keep everything. So please keep your question very short, and same for the answer, so that we try to collect.
Yes. So hi, my name is Alice Stolmeyer. I'm the founder and executive director of an NGO called Defend Democracy. I have a few very short comments and a question for the panel. So my background is as a philosopher of technology. So, and I can tell you, technology is not neutral. It has or lacks certain values by design. So it's not just about how we use technology, but also how we design it. Then to Mr. Kreshnik, I think the problem is not that Umberto Eco's so-called idiots now have a voice, but the problem is that there's no level playing field because of the algorithms and the underlying business models. And we can create that level playing field that will strengthen democracy, not weaken it. Then on competition and innovation, I think we shouldn't try to compete on tech and AI with China on China's terms. We can compete and be innovative precisely by designing values-based technology. And then the question to either one or all of you, that depends on you, like, should we allow an artificial intelligence experiment with humanity? Or should we draw the line somewhere, like we do with some, like medical technologies? Where should we draw the line?
Thank you. I would propose to proceed like that, because we have only 6 minutes, and I wanted to give them the opportunity of some final remarks. So we try to combine everything and to do everything at once. We collect another 2-3 questions, and then we use the questions for some final remarks. So yeah, back then.
Hello. Oh, it's very loud. Sorry for my accent. I'm actually from Scotland, so the Brexit point was kind of close to me. I have a few notes that I just wanted to say. So basically, the way I see it, we talked a lot about social media and on that side and the onus on the AI and social media. But actually, I really feel that the onus should be on politicians, on public officials itself who use this AI, social media more for populism, for own personal gain. And this was actually what happened during Brexit. Because clearly, it was lies. It was all lies. You know, Boris Johnson and the Tory party, most of them are liars. Okay, they're all for their personal gain. And there was 2 letters written by Boris Johnson famously about Brexit. The point I'm trying to make is that the EU must be doing more. For example, during Brexit, where was the EU? You know, when this was happening, they weren't in Scotland. Not even in terms of just social media. You know, money putting in social media to filter into the average person. but also just public officials being in Scotland, being in the UK. The EU must be able and get ready to play the game as well. They must be able to stand up and fight for these values. And how do we raise a level of the next class of politicians to also stand up for these values and to, as was said, you know, to have this solidarity of truth. And then finally also about the social media, like I want to see, as a young person, I want to see you all, I want to see your Instagram accounts. You know, I want to see your dogs, but I also want to see you be on Instagram and using social media to, like, you know, to put a human face on it all, you know, to put a more direct face of the EU towards us. I think that's what's important. I think that's what will happen. And also, I want to put a point as kind of what was touched upon. I talked to my grandfather about Brexit. He voted for Brexit, but he also votes for the Scottish National Party, which wants to get back into the EU. And when I explained that to him, he was like, "Oh, can we do the vote again?" So the point is, I feel like, yeah, we just need to break through this information, but we need to do it in a way that the EU needs to be the front actor and providing that information on the other hand. Thank you.
Thank you. So, if I understand correctly, it's more of a comment. You don't have a...
Well, yeah, I want to know how, it was a comment, sorry, but I want to see, yeah.
Make sure
But I want to know how you hold public officials and EU politicians to account, and most of it, which will be your network and your friends. We need to hold each other to account and not allow politicians and others to use this information for their own personal gain. That's the way I see it. They're using social media for votes, for their own personal gain. So how do we inspire to do the opposite? You know, how do we embrace these EU values that we're talking about and make sure that politicians are not just playing the game and using social media? That's my question, if you can find it.
Thank you very much. Yeah, one last question. I think we're gonna have to go for 3 questions. Yeah. So we are running out of time.
Okay.
I'm very sorry, but I'm sure speakers will be available to stay a bit, and perhaps over lunch you can catch them and ask your questions.
Thank you very much. It's Tony Gillen from MCC Brussels. Apologies, another person from the United Kingdom. My question is, how do we deal with the problem that one person's disinformation can be another person's opposing view? To give you a straightforward example from what we've just heard from my compatriot, if you like, arguably one of the biggest sources of disinformation during the Brexit debate that we both listened to was Mark Carney, the governor of the Bank of England, and George Osborne, the Tory chancellor at the time, who both said that the British economy would be pretty much destroyed by Brexit. And many people would argue that that was disinformation, but you could argue that it was an opposing view. Yeah. So it's about who decides what is disinformation. And then one final question, coming from the UK. The BBC, our national broadcaster, is very concerned about this question of disinformation and is tackling it also. In a flagship documentary last year, we learned that more people are dying from extreme climate events. More people are dying from extreme climate events in the flagship documentary. I wonder how many of you, or how many in this room, would flag that as disinformation? Because it sits with our idea of what is happening rather well. But actually, the World Meteorological Office flagged it as disinformation, because actually we're experiencing more extreme climate events, but the number of people dying from them in the last 50 years has gone down considerably.
Yeah, thank you. Your point is very clear. So to summarize, should we draw a line on AI and set some limits? First question. Then how do we embrace the defense of EU values better by using also social media and other communication tools? And how do we really distinguish what is disinformation and what is an opposing view? And please, if you can also use it as a way to wrap up the discussion, because we are already a bit late.
Ding dong.
And yeah, we are keeping people away from lunch. So please, the floor is yours.
Well, I think taking the last question, and the only way I think is the myth of the truth. Try to help and to build. How can I find if this is the information or disinformation? I'll look at the truth. I'll try to reach the truth with more data and with more reasonable information to understand the truth. And I think this is what we all have to do collectively, because this might, I don't see it as a winning game is we do it alone. But if we do that as a collectivity, it might be a chance, yes, to define disinformation.
Eline.
Thank you. And that was very interesting. I wish we could have heard you all more. Because I think sometimes you ask questions, but there were just very valid comments and contributions in general, especially your very refreshing enthusiasm and faith in politicians. I remember I once had that too. No, I'm just joking. Well, I mean, two things. Disinformation, and this conversation shows it once more today. It's a very difficult issue. We have a very difficult task ahead, but it's been ahead of us for a long, long time. Like I said at the start, it's not a new issue, and it's just been amplified. But now we need to look at how do we solve it with the tools that we have, and we have many tools, including AI tools can help debunk disinformation. You can educate people. The second thing is, indeed, this is about people. This is about people behind those systems. This is about people voting. This is about our politicians. And this is about holding each other accountable and educate each other. Maybe that's, and maybe where to draw the line. I think the EU has shown the way in how we can do this, especially with generative artificial intelligence model like ChatGPT. We don't want to follow China's lead. Or ways to do things. We're not doing that, but we shouldn't cede the market to them. So we have to find a way to promote our values, insert those in the design of our systems while experimenting and developing them, because what often happens is that we stop or slow down our innovation, but others are not waiting. So, but thank you so much for your comments and questions.
Two small points. One of them, I mean, we have a huge challenge to communicate the European Union for what it stands, but we also have a lot of allies, journalists, people on the ground from across the continent. In Malta, we had a journalist who basically was killed to cover the truth, Daphne Caruana Galizia. But her truth prevails. Her truth has led to the resignation of a prime minister, and her truth is coming out more and more as we speak. So it's true that we have a lot of challenges, but humanity is the only answer to beating misinformation and AI as well. We need more humans with more courage, and we must empower them. The second point is, I said earlier, we need more ambassadors on the ground. And I think sometimes it's good to recognize what good is being done. And I'll give you a small example of what's happening in Brussels, which I think is a success story. You know, we have a European Personnel Selection Office, it's called EPSO, which recruits people from across all our member states. And one initiative which really struck me and which I find very interesting and successful in Malta is that the EPSO office here recruits ambassadors at universities. And basically these guys go around and tell people, listen, there will be traineeships coming, there will be competitions coming. And this is working well on the ground. We need more of this. We need more of the European Commission, the European Parliament, the European Council taking the burden of going to the ground and speaking their own truth there, because that will spread. Thanks a lot.
Very well. So you highlighted the fact-checking, education, communication aspects. I think that's a wrap. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you also to our online viewers for being with us. For those who are here in person, we have lunch now, but we will have other rounds of discussion, so please stay with us, and thank you again for participating.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Hello, dear audience and our online viewers watching us at the Martin Center internet platforms. Welcome to this second panel discussion of the Martin Center's conference Net at Work, taking place here in Brussels. My name is Sandra Pasaric. I'm project officer at the Martin Center, and I have the pleasure of moderating today's second debate titled The European Defence Pillar and NATO's Transatlantic Umbrella, a Roadmap for Synergies. I have the pleasure to moderate this debate, as I already mentioned, and also to greet our today's panelists. Professor Kostas Ifantis, seated to my left, is Professor of International Relations, Department of International European and Area Studies of Pantheon University at Athens, joining us all from Greece. He also worked as a lecturer in international and European politics at the universities of Bradford and Portsmouth. He also worked as a director for research at the Policy Planning Center of the Greek Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He's also an author of several papers that have appeared in different periodics such as Democratization, Turkish Studies, Southeast Europe, and so on. Then I would also like to greet Ambassador Alessandro Minuto Rizzo. He's president of the NATO Defence College Foundation and a former Deputy Secretary General and interim acting Secretary General of NATO. Thank you for joining us. And also our third panelist today is Mr. Severin Player. He's Science Officer and Doctoral Research Assistant at the Chair of Political Science, in particular Strategic Theory at Helmut Schmidt University and as well University of Federal Armed Forces in Hamburg. Welcome as well. I would also like to thank you, our member foundations, in particular CAS, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung office here in Brussels, but also to Luigi Sturzo Institute and Karamanlis Institute for Democracy in Greece. Thank you for organizing this panel discussion with us. We will have a classical debate, a panel discussion of 1 hour, where first we will start exchanging our opinions on this topic, and afterwards I will open the floor to our audience where you will be able to ask questions. We will leave approximately 15 to 20 minutes for that. Ambassador Alessandro Minuto Rizzo, in an increasingly volatile and unstable geopolitical context, cooperation between the European Union and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, the NATO, is essential. The security of the EU and NATO are interconnected. So what does it mean for you that the European Union engages its defense capabilities as a pillar in NATO?
Okay, thank you. How long should I speak? No, it's just a technical question.
To keep the debate,
5 minutes?
debate dynamic, maybe a couple of opening remarks of about.
Well, I don't know why you stopped me. I think that in order to clarify things, I think we have to go down to fundamentals a little bit, to start with, because we are speaking, and it's not the first time today, about NATO and the European Union, cooperation. It comes naturally with the war in Ukraine, even before, etc. But in fact, we are speaking about two very different animals. I mean, very difficult. So it's not so logical that you speak about cooperation between two things that are totally different. So what NATO is? NATO is something very different from the European Union. The Treaty of Washington, 1949, has, I think, 2 pages. If you compare with the Lisbon Treaty or the others, you will immediately see a big difference. It has very few concepts, very few, I think 12 articles or 14 articles. It started in 1949 with 12 countries, now 31, soon to be 32. So it has no vote. People are surprised when I say this. You don't vote at NATO. It doesn't exist. There is consensus or not consensus, but there is no vote. There are no common resources. Again, we are stuck by that. It means, yes, you had the salary of the Secretary General and mine at the time, and perhaps the headquarters and a few things. Otherwise, countries pay for themselves, because it is an alliance. Something to be kept in mind. It's not an international organization in the traditional sense. It's an alliance. And an alliance means that each ally pays for its own expenses. It's as simple as that. So when, you think about NATO, I think it's not like, you don't have the European Commission or you don't have the Parliament, and it's a different animal. You have like a table with 30 people sitting around, which are the government. They own the organization, and they have some general principles. Then, of course, down the road, you have a very technical machine, which is the military one, which, is switched on when there is a political consensus at the top, but totally separated. And what really is, in that respect, the added value of NATO is the fact that there is a lot of experience. People don't know very little about that, but in Mons, near Brussels, you have about 5,000 officers coming from all the countries of NATO, plus partner countries, various denominations, and they work together since 75 years. So they know exactly, more or less what to do. If you go to Afghanistan, what kind of helicopter, these kind of things, So it's very, very political at one end and very technical at the other. I want to give you an idea which is a little bit different of what you thought. If you take the European Union, I have been the first founding member of Political Security Committee in March 2000, so I know very well what you're talking about. There was a decision by the European Council in 1999 by which you had to establish permanent bodies in Brussels, PSC, a military committee, and international military staff, like NATO, if you like, more smaller, but like NATO. And when we arrived in Brussels, we had to write our own document by ourselves, in fact. There was no precedent. Nobody knew exactly what we had to do, And it's also, I want to say, it's a problem of culture, which is now slowly entering into the machinery of European Union. So I am more optimistic about the future, but the past has been, so far very, very slow because of various reasons, because you have to go by unanimity in terms of foreign policy and defense, and you have neutral countries in NATO, in the European Union, like Austria, like Ireland, and very difficult to have them accepting easily, decisions concerning defense. So it's a slow machinery. At the beginning, the European Union system was, how would I say, came out to life with the worst capabilities, because we had to convince the Americans that a European dimension was not against them, but it was something complementary. And so as we came out from the Kosovo campaign, which with a very bad performance by the Europeans, because all the technological operations were performed by the American Air Force, so even Tony Blair, the British, they say, no, capabilities is a good thing. And we came out with this I don't know how to say this, capabilities. And it was accepted by everybody. So the original goal was much more ambitious than what is it now, the goal, which is bizarre. The original ambition was to have the headline goal, it was called, 60,000 soldiers deployable overseas for 3 months with a week notice. No, now we are looking for something very small. I think that now what is taking place is that we have all the, let's say, institutional instruments are there. And the problem, I think, is the political will of doing something. But we can perhaps continue this afterwards.
Thank you, Ambassador. Professor Infantis, now that we've heard this very nice introduction to the history of NATO, the differences in ground and fundamental work and documents of both the EU and NATO, we cannot deny the common challenges and the threats that the NATO and EU, if you want to discuss it separately, are facing to the east and south. However, we have been hearing more repeatedly and more about the European strategic autonomy. So could you detail some of the imperial parts for this to happen on the European side?
Okay, thank you very much for having me. It's always nice to be in Brussels, where everything happens. Unfortunately, not much is happening on the European defense and security policy field. And the testament to this is that when Martin Center honored me with the invitation, I checked my academic speaking notes and I realized that they are the same more or less since the 90s. I thought of cracking a joke, although it is not a laughing matter. Okay, it is not a laughing matter that we keep discussing the same things that we, at my age, we were discussing back in the 90s, following the end of the Cold War and following the first surge towards, a European autonomy, or as we used to call it back then, Europe as a global actor in its own right. Anyway, so I will refer to your first question, because for me, there are at least three key words, or key phrases, or key concepts there. One is geopolitical or volatile geopolitics, or geopolitical volatility. The second one, I think, was the cooperation imperative between EU and NATO. And the third was the EU defense capabilities. Three brief comments before I come to the strategic autonomy debate, which I think these three issues could shed light to what we are discussing in Europe today. The volatile geopolitics. Well, geopolitics have always been volatile. In the 80s, we had the collapse of the Warsaw Pact and the uncertainty that this unleashed, and the domestic upheaval in Russia and in Moscow. In the 90s, it was the Balkan Wars and the disintegration of Yugoslavia, and the fear that this will cascade to the southeastern flank of NATO, or to the rest of a very young post-Soviet Eastern Europe. And in the 2000s, we had the 9/11 and US intervention in Iraq and Afghanistan that again upended the wider Middle East in a very violent way. And in the 2010, we had Russian aggressiveness and assertiveness. We had the Arab Spring and the almost collapse of the Middle Eastern order, and jihadism, and et cetera, et cetera. So the depiction, this very elegant depiction of the situation as a geopolitical volatility or volatile geopolitics, I think it's only a schematic illustration of what we are facing constantly, and that's a matter of life. What is behind that, I think, and this is the issue that we are not addressing, is the issue of threat. Is there a threat? And what kind of threat? In the 90s, the threat was the spreading of the nationalist fever from the Balkans elsewhere. Now, what is the threat that we are facing, that we want to deal with, and we are discussing about strategic autonomy and that Europe should have defense capability, the third keyword that you used, and cooperation between EU and NATO. Again, cooperation, okay? We've been working together since the late 40s. There is a transatlantic community.
what is behind the constant, the perennial debate about Europe doing more for itself? I think it is the fact that we are doubting American credibility, the guarantee of the US. I will come back to that later, or we will come back to that later. But this is the point, that we are not, or that we feel is there. It is the elephant in the room, but only vaguely we touch upon it. And of course, this prohibits any real discussion and progress about capabilities. The third, EU defense capabilities. Okay, and what kind of capabilities do we need in order to sustain ourselves as an autonomous agent or agency in world politics, in volatile geopolitics, and as a pillar of NATO. This is where things are getting really interesting. What does it mean, pillar of NATO? Again, my speaking notes from the 90s remind me of Berlin Plus. We thought we solved this back in the 90s with the Berlin Plus arrangement. Apparently we haven't. And why we haven't? Because we have not acquired European defense capabilities that we need. So the real question, and I'm done with that, is are we witnessing this time a real European EU shift in our strategic focus from the inertia of the last generation to a posture that would enable us to counter what threat? So this is the real question, and I'm afraid that early signs are that my speaking notes will remain relevant for some time.
Thank you for this rather realistic, pessimistic, call it as you wish, opinion and thought. I would like to draw, and before coming to you, Severin, if I may, going back to Ambassador Minuto Rizzo, just for a couple of comments regarding that you mentioned the three keywords that we are mentioning here today, which would be the cooperation between EU and NATO, the EU defense capability, but also to the constant volatile geopolitics. So Ambassador Minuto Rizzo, also the NATO new strategic concept 2022 is also focusing on that, and it also mentioned several new concerns that have not been mentioned the 10 years at the previous strategic concept. So Russia all of a sudden has been mentioned as a new threat, which is obvious for the obvious reasons. Then the trend of democracy erosion, China. So just to mention a few. So what would be the main differences in these threats for the future for the EU and for the future for the EU and for the future of the US?
Well, there are, I think, a few things to put in order in this very difficult and very important discussion, because I mean, with this panel, we are touching on a variety of things which are essential, for our future, I think, and for our past. We are speaking about technical things, but also I think we should speak about emotions, about how people, the will of the people. Something that I didn't mention before, because I spoke for only 6 minutes, is, it's not very easy, because I've been in both organizations, so that's why I take the courage to say that, it's not easy to have two such proud organizations like the European Union and NATO, two willing to cooperate really together. Because I remember, I can say this, in this environment freely, I remember when I was on the European Union side, and they say, why don't we invite NATO to our exercise? Oh, no, the Secretariat will say, they're the Americans there, they have nothing to do with us, Europeans, fine. Then I go to NATO, and they, why don't we invite the European people? They're amateur, they don't know anything about it, or we lose our time. So there's a little bit of that, I'm joking, but there is a little bit of that. And Berlin Plus is the perfect example, because Berlin Plus, I was the chairman of the NATO meeting when it was approved, so I remember that, acting Secretary General of NATO. It was a very difficult discussion because it had to happen on both sides. It had to be approved the same day by a European summit in Copenhagen and by the North Atlantic Council in Brussels. Solana and myself chairing contemporarily two things. And it was a perfect thing, a perfect machinery. But there is a little bit of a tone, the tone that somehow in this deal, NATO is superior in a way, because you know how it works in Berlin Plus. I don't know if I'm boring people here in the audience, but the idea is of Berlin Plus is that you have the European Union deciding autonomously about an operation, okay? So autonomously, nobody else says. This is political will. But then, of course, from an operational point of view, you have deputy secure of NATO, so the number 2 of the chain of command of NATO, who is a European general all the time by rule, being the chief of operation and reporting to the Political and Security Committee of the European Union. So a very good mix. It has been done in Bosnia, it has never been repeated, because it was something that people did not like in the end. And something that is better to say this at the beginning, because then perhaps it gets lost in the end. The fact is that we don't have a mechanism of consultation, a serious mechanism of consultation between the European Union and NATO. It may sound strange, very strange. It is strange, in fact, but it happens. Because, you know, at the time, it was decided that the Political and Security Committee of the European Union and the North Atlantic Council should regularly discuss and consult on international affairs at will, you know. So what happened is that when I have to speak freely, you know, when Cyprus became a member of the European Union, on the NATO side, Turkey said they didn't want to have this kind of consultation if Cyprus was sitting at the table, because the agreement was done 2 years before when Cyprus was not a member at the time. Of course, this was unacceptable from the European Union point of view, and things have been lost there. So, you know, what you have, when you read in the newspapers cooperation about NATO and the European Union, which is good, of course, you know, and is improving. I don't want to say the contrary. But it's still the secretariats doing that. So it's Stoltenberg on one hand, Borrell on the other, fine. But in fact, the two organizations are owned by the government, the state. They should meet and they should decide. And then Borrell and Stoltenberg should do the things, you know. This is missing at the point. And unless you have solved that, it will always be something a little vague in the middle.
Thank you, Ambassador. This was actually a very nice introduction to my question that was to follow to Severin. We have discussed the EU-NATO cooperation, which, as we see, is more complicated with thought. And what about, let's bring into this mix a third possibility, which is the national autonomy. So Severin, you as a German, there are also some researchers that are arguing that Germany as such, but also Italy, France, the UK, should maybe step up its game and also focus on its national autonomy instead of the European own capability of defend itself. So would this national autonomy enable Europe to play a greater role, even possibly without America in some future?
Well, I actually want to start with a point which was mentioned earlier. I think it's a superficial debate we're having between the European Union and NATO, because at the end of the day, as a soldier, I can tell you that it doesn't matter. What I mean by that is we do not have enough soldiers in the European Union to actually fulfill both obligations at the same time. Example, I was a operational communications officer, which is basically PSYOPs, right? And I was locked into the NATO response force and at the same time in the European Union battle group. My question at the time was, what do I do if both comes in? Right. Nobody was actually answering in the room. Why I'm going down to this detail? Because I think it's exactly this detail which is missing from all this discussion. I see the point that, you know, NATO and the European Union can't work together, but I think this is actually just in their higher echelons. I think what we actually have to look at is how it works in practice. And in practice, we have to look hard at ourselves. Before I answer the question, sorry, just have to go back on this one, is the 1990s and how everybody felt back then. And this is actually something important, because everybody felt war would never come again to Europe. So we got rid of bunkers, we got rid of ammunition, we got rid of our armed forces. And most of the people would never actually join the armed forces and had a bad opinion about the armed forces, in particular in Germany. And so when we talk about Kosovo, for instance, yes, Kosovo was a bit of a quagmire in a way, not belittling the conflict. I'm just saying from the NATO point of view or the European Union point of view. So what does that actually mean for today? For today, it means three things. One, when we talk about capabilities, we actually have to keep in mind that they are for both institutions. We have to be realistic about it. There is no, this is NATO, this is the European Union. If you go to the depot and there is a mission, you take what you need. Point one. Point two, loads of European Union missions were actually supported by NATO assets, not directly by NATO itself, but by NATO assets. What I mean by that is AWACS, for instance, these are the planes with the radar dishes on top, which are actually owned by NATO. And, of course, also the IT infrastructure, because this is actually owned by NATO. And the pipeline system. So, leading with point three. When we actually talk about national autonomy, I'm coming back to a big question, and I know it's going to be great in a minute. I think Macron is right when he's talking about strategic autonomy and the questions he actually asked in the interview. And I recommend reading the interview in full, what he did in Les Echos, because he actually just stated that he doesn't want to actually intervene in a hyper reaction of the Chinese or the US. And actually, we need a third position. What I mean by that is, when you look, for example, in NATO current discussions, there is a split between the countries who actually appreciate China and countries who are critical of China. So in a conflict situation, even in NATO, you wouldn't actually have a clear-cut decision-making process. So when it comes to your question, it's a bit more difficult to answer, because Germany can't really be a national army. That's not how it works. The Bundeswehr was actually set up in the NATO context, is probably the most NATO army there is. That's also a fact. The second part is it's integrated into other European armies. So I think not many people have it on their minds when they talk about the armed forces of the European Union, that, for instance, the Dutch ground forces are now fully integrated into the Bundeswehr, for instance. So we have a reality on the ground which doesn't actually sometimes match where we are at the political level, I would say. So no, I don't think it's actually that helpful, because we still have the same problems, and I can see where you get your jokes from, because pretty much we're talking about the same things I have been studying in the 2000s, which is pretty much that you have the capabilities, yes, fantastic, everybody wants to invest in them, and you have the 2% guideline, but we never talk about what the 2% guideline should actually buy. Right? So, for instance, in Germany, we spend 49% just on human resources. That's actually payments, salaries, retirement funds. So we only have about 2% or 3% really effectively, which we actually do in research. Thus, I don't actually think if you have 29 or 30 countries investing always in the same capabilities at the same time, because we want to have it all at the same time, is helpful. We actually have to do something about it to actually bring it together and overcome some national problems.
Thank you, Severin. Because my next question was to move on to security in the wider sense, but you made pretty a couple of remarks that I would like to see the opinions of our other two speakers. So if you want to step in, I was seeing you, Ambassador, were writing down some notes, if you want to make comments.
Well, you know, you can take this issue from many points of view. We are discussing here very honestly and I think in a very proper way about capabilities, about political decisions, 2%, 3%, etc., etc. I've been along, for a long time in the middle of these things, since almost 30 years or so. I have a different point, a little bit more philosophical and political, not philosophical in a speculative sense. I mean, in the sense that, the European Union, in fact, has the possibility to act since a long time, because the institutions are all there, the headquarters, the powers of the special representative, Borrell, Mogherini before, etc., etc. But in fact, the European Union has never went to real operation, in fact. And I have also the impression in Afghanistan, the European Union was very happy that NATO was there. And then that was, you know, burning its fingers and it was not involved. So I have a different question that, you know, speaking at such an important European foundation like yours, is are the Europeans willing to go to operations, to serious ones, when you can die? This is another question that we have to ask ourselves. It's not part of the debate, if you like, but it's part of our civilization. Because, you know, I remember even the Kosovo campaign, I remember in my country, you know, and we were fighting like the others, but people were saying, you know, we don't like to see violence in television, you know, we don't like to see people dying, you know. And I remember, I tell you one thing, I don't want to sound pessimistic at all, but we have to be realistic, you know. I remember when Solana was the special representative for foreign policy, at a certain point he had an idea, because he said, you know, we have to do something to start with, you know, otherwise we are discussing about capabilities and we do nothing. And he wanted to have a presence of NATO observers in the Preševo Valley. Some of you perhaps know what the Preševo Valley is. It's a valley in Serbia, but with an Albanian population, so just the contrary of what you have in Kosovo, you know. And the idea of Solana was just to start, to show that, you know, the European Union was active, to send observers there, to control that there is, you know, no violence, if there is some fighting, there is a ceasefire. Okay? Then what happened is that we all asked instructions to our government. In the end, the decision was not to go, because some people say, well, and what happens if some people die? You know, if there is violence there, and our representatives are going to be killed. No, we have to explain to public opinion in our country why they are at the pressure of violence, etc., etc. So if you like, this is a minor episode. I mean, this is not something, you know, changing the overall picture. But it's a sign that there is a tendency on the European Union side to not to go into serious operations. Having said that, you know, because if you want to go to a conclusion in a way, I mean, as far as I see the logic of this argument, I think the conclusion is that if you have a comprehensive approach to crisis management, where, let's say, the West, you know, meaning NATO and the European Union together, have an interest to solve, you can have, in this spectrum of activities, a certain role for NATO and another role for the same dignity for the European Union. Because what is happening today in the international community is that you have a hard policy, NATO, and, you know, nothing really very clear on the side of the European Union about the attacks. So, but if you have a comprehensive policy, you have a crisis management where you start seeing a danger somewhere, you start intervening in the country because you want to stop the violence before it comes, and etc. You can have a number of tools at your disposal where NATO and the European Union could cooperate together, but it involves political will. This is in the end.
Right. So, Severin, you said it before as a former soldier, that on the ground sometimes it's really, if you receive an order, it doesn't matter if it's from the NATO or the EU. But now looking into the future, and obviously we are today now talking about defense, NATO, and the cooperation because obviously of the Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So thinking about this, and also this, the Russian invasion reinforced the centrality of US political leadership and also military power. It has also highlighted the central role of the United States in European security. But this American commitment cannot also be taken for granted, because we know 2024 and Trump and his America First agenda could return to office, Professor Ifantis, so, or another isolationist president could be elected. So alternatively, the US could also deviate its resources to Asia. So how should European defense policy prepare for these scenarios, looking into the future?
Okay, the elephant in the room, the United States. Well, the real debate is, again, like I said before, the credibility in our minds in Europe of the American guarantee, nuclear and conventional. This is the real thing. That's why, and because we don't really trust that the Americans will remain in Europe, they will keep playing the strategic role they have played for so many decades, we keep discussing the issue of strategic autonomy. And although I agree with what Severin said, the problem is not defense spending, for example, is what kind of spending. Okay? Look at the 2 days ago, the CIPRI spending fact sheet. Okay? And you'll see that 9 out of the 40 top, the highest spenders are Europeans. Only these 9 spent almost $240 billion a year. Okay, and we've got another 10 smaller spenders. So we can safely argue that the EU is the second highest spender, even above China, at least for 2022 as a whole. But this is again schematic. But I'm coming now to the US. Okay, there are trends in US national security and defense thinking, and it is notably about the prioritization of China and the Indo-Pacific theater. And these trends seem to provide, to generate an additional incentive for us, for the Europeans to somehow, what is the right word, rebalancing the European security strategy towards what? And this is the words that I keep avoiding using. Deterrence and territorial defense. Because this is what NATO does, okay, at its best in Europe. Whatever we do as Europeans, up to now, we cannot engage as EU in deterrence and territorial defense against a great power. So, against this backdrop, and I'm coming back to the Americans, backdrop of Chinese assertiveness, against the backdrop of Putin's neo-imperial revisionism, there is a debate about a strategic, about a doctrinal dilemma in Washington. Can the United States sustain an effective deterrence and fighting capabilities in both European and Indo-Pacific theaters, although they spend $900 billion annually? This is the real question. And this dilemma, which the Americans have not, or they have almost answered, raises several other questions. Okay, if the U.S. resourcing of adequate deterrence capabilities in both theaters is not realistic, if it is not going to happen, then which war the United States should prepare for if deterrence fails? This is the real question, and this is the real debate in Washington. I said almost answered because in the 2022 National Defense Strategy of the United States, there you have, it clearly identifies the Indo-Pacific as the priority theater, as the priority region. And the strategy argues that the United States posture in Europe will focus from now on command and control, on strategic transport whenever it is necessary, on key enablers that can complement NATO allies' capabilities and can strengthen the deterrence by creating a European combat credibility. How are we to translate this? For me, if we are to expect a meaningful American role in deterring and defending against threats to our security, then we need to be ready to enhance our own capabilities. And this is not a matter of duplicating or decoupling. It is a matter of whether, when the time comes, the American assets will be enough. This is the real debate for me. And a final word about, well, ultimately, everything will depend on US domestic politics and how things turn up there. As things stand now, we can safely predict that Joe Biden is the last Atlanticist or transatlanticist president. There is a generational change in the United States. And this generational change has manifested itself in the most ugly way, with Trump's transactionalism or transactional approach, with a very divisive populism, and with a social situation, a social state of affairs in the United States that makes, at least in my mind, certain that the old Atlantic consensus suffers from a diminishing political base. So the American body politic is not anymore the fertile ground for the Atlantic community that it used to be. Okay? I'm urging you to read the latest Atlantic about the new anarchy in the United States. Is indeed alarming.
Thank you, Professor Ivantis. I'm receiving from background information that I should open up the floor for the Q&A. Before that, I just also wanted to have it in just like one sentence, two sentences, maybe to bring in the keyword nuclear dimension. So can the EU defense capability is strong enough to defend itself?
Well, that's actually the point where people are running out of the room whenever I talk about nuclear, because that's actually the central theme, I would say, of NATO.
Or we'll just wake up.
And basically, just to summarize, NATO is a nuclear alliance. Even before Germany joined, the first thing which everybody agreed upon is that nuclear weapons will be introduced. And whenever I hear the debates now about nuclear deterrence as such, we actually are not talking about nuclear deterrence. We're talking about something which is, I don't know, a wishful thinking that we can avoid war altogether, and that we shouldn't think about nuclear war, for instance. And that what really scares me is that we have now a situation where people are, as soon as we talk about nuclear warfare, people are super scared. Yeah, I understand that, but we have to talk about it because it can get out of control. But tying it up to the European Union, we have the problem that for 20 years, nothing happened in European defense. So no European army actually reformed itself properly. We had a neglect of investment and also neglect of the defense industry. So that leaves us now in the situation which we're in now. And I'm actually contrary a bit to your point, but I think Trump was actually good for one thing, because people woke up. They woke up and suddenly investment was possible.
Did they?
And the trouble is, we're now in a situation again, which we were in the 60s, is pretty much that we always question if the US is committed to us. We should also ask the question if we are actually committed to the US, because at the moment we're actually doing a lot of bandwagoning, and that's actually my last point in that one.
Thank you very much, Severin. I would like to open the question to the audience now. So if I could have some microphones here. I have here one question in the first row and the second question in the second row. So maybe Tommy first and then Peter. We'll have these two questions. Please present yourself and name the speaker you want to put forward the question to.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you. I'm Tommy Huhtanen. I'm Executive Director of Martens Center. I have a comment and then which leads to a question. Ambassador Minuto Rizzo made the question, very important question, about how ready Europeans are really go to war. And in this discussion, so far, remarkable has been that actually it took like 30 minutes before the war in Ukraine was mentioned. And I think that's because we have a Greek speaker, Italian speaker, and German speaker. And I think there's the difference. The war in Ukraine has created the situation that part of Europe, Nordic countries, Finland, Sweden, Baltic states, to certain Czechia, Poland definitely, are living in totally different mindset. They are not ready to go to war because they somehow have it in genes, but the realities are such. In those countries, people are speaking about what happens if there comes to mobilization, where do I send my children, their discussion, how does it feel to kill a fellow human being. And so that sets a totally different setting. So, and that's one reason why we have the NATO enlargement. So, my question, because Professor Ifantis in the beginning made the point that, we have in the discussions now exactly that in 90s. That's true. Maybe if you want to say, we spoke about European army then, and we speak about European army now, and still it doesn't mean nothing. But let's not forget what has happened since the war in Ukraine has started. Also, what has been delivered by the European Union created mechanisms to Ukraine. So the question, in your view, has something changed because of the war in Ukraine?
Thank you, Tommy. We'll collect the second question and then I'll give you the floor, Professor Ifantis.
First of all, thanks very much to all of the speakers for a very, very interesting introduction. Question, another elephant in the room, as Professor Ifantis mentioned. If we want synergies, and I think we must want synergies between EU and NATO, there are two things I would like you to explain. We all know that unanimity hinders decisions in the European Union, and some countries are blocking decisions. Professor Minuto Rizzo just explained that in NATO they don't vote, it's by consensus. It sounds to me more or less the same, and especially since we see that the second bigger spender in NATO blocks an enlargement of NATO, which should be a very desirable thing for all members of NATO. Under this political situation in both organizations, how can we move forward? Thank you.
Thank you for your questions, Professor Ifantis, and then maybe to Ambassador Rizzo to reply to
you have been spared.
For now.
No, easy question.
Well, I will be very brief. Yes, the Russian invasion in Ukraine changed the way we see things, but I'm not at all certain that it changed the substance of the European strategic autonomy or the European global actor, if you like, debate. Let's pretend that the glass is half full, and that since 2016 and the global strategy document, we've made substantial progress, which I cannot see. But anyway, let's pretend that where are we now with the Russians invading? We have an increase in defense spending, which is more than welcome, and it is more than welcome because finally, and I'm not a warmonger, please, I don't want to be misunderstood, but the war out there, the world out there is a very ugly place. Okay, again, CIPRI, the 2022 defense spending worldwide was $2.25 trillion. Okay, and nowadays in the top 5 spenders, there is no a single European country, which is not necessarily a bad thing because anyway. So what I said before is that yes, in the 90s we discussed the European army or the Euro army. Where is it? Where is it? Where has it been? Then we discussed the EU battle groups. Where are we with the battle groups? And now we have the rapid deployment capacity. Okay, so let's hope that this time we acquire as an EU the rapid deployment capacity. But the problem is, as Severin said, that it is only a handful of states that can claim, that can be proud of deploying a 40,000 sort of standing capacity. And that's it. 2, 3, 4 at the most, and we're not certain about them. NATO, they have committed themselves in a 300,000 strong standing capability. Is there anyone in this room doubting that if the Americans are serious about it, they will succeed in putting this 300,000 in place? No one. If we say today that we need 100,000 standing rapid deployment capacity, I don't think we can be optimistic. Although things have changed. Okay? We've put money in Ukraine. How much? 5 billion to be, and the Americans put 25.
Thank you, Ambassador Rizzo. Minuto Rizzo, if you remember then the second question that we had from the audience about decision-making in the NATO.
Well, you know, it was said by him before, one good thing in this horrible situation is that there is a sort of a wake-up call. I mean, we're discovering in our own public opinions that we don't live in the wonderful world we thought we were living, and then we have to do something about that. And when you're awakening, you know, when you are old, it's not easy to wake up, you know, very quickly. But it's happening. It is happening. What I can see, from my point of view, I see certainly a very important signal of unity, which was certainly unforeseen by the Russians. Mr. Putin wants to reconstitute the USSR, and he thought that blackmailing us with gas would make the work. It didn't work. So now we don't know well how we get out of that. But certainly Europe is showing some sign of revival. What I see is that there should be more coordination, I think. It is I know it is difficult. I know it is very difficult. We speak, you know, like that, but it's difficult. More coordination about what our governments also are saying, you know, the kind of publicity which is given to this thing, the kind of message, you know, to actually be as unified as possible. because otherwise every country thinks that, yes, you know, that country there, they say things in this way because like this, you know, we have different. We have to avoid that. It has been good so far, but, you know, it may be less in the future. So I think that the European Union is improving. And what is also very interesting from us, which are a little bit detached from operation, is that you need a crisis. You need a crisis to develop things, to develop European affairs, which is bizarre. It happened the same thing with COVID, if you like, in a way. New energy, no? You have new functions because there is a danger, and then everybody understands that you cannot solve that unless we are united. And of course, you know, because those of us who have studied and or been present in the process of enlargement of Europe, the problem is that when new members became part of the Union, the problem was also a problem of decision making, the voting system. And then that ended, well, it came always at the end of the negotiation. You had 7 years discussing, you know, about oranges, and then at the end you discuss voting rights. Should be the contrary, perhaps, you know. But the fact was that it is very difficult to take decisions. There is too much unanimity, too much of a necessity to have everybody aboard. And in a community of about 30 members already, you know, this is extremely difficult, extremely difficult. And also to answer the lady, you know, also in NATO now, there is a problem which is not existing in my time, which is not 100 years ago, it was 10 years ago. We have now 32 members, because Sweden is going to be there, I'm sure, in May, or I bet on that. And of course, it is very difficult, the threat perception is changing. Because I don't hide that I am Italian. For me, for instance, the culture of my country, perhaps also for my friend here, we look at the Arab countries, we look at the Middle East, we look at Africa, we look at Iran, and we perceive that as an enormous possible potential problem, not only in terms of migration, which is now a la mode, but also in terms of security, you know. If you are in Poland, of course, you think about Russia all the time, you know. It's there since many centuries, you know. So, no, I mean, we understand that perfectly. And we have to combine all this. Indeed. And in order to combine all this, you need a lot more, I think, of internal discussion. Because even in NATO, and I have been witnessing hundreds of meetings of summits over there, the discussion is too formal. It's too polite, it's too much a presentation of your position, then you go away. We should change that. We cannot afford the luxury anymore of having this kind of discussion. Right. You have to get into things, and at the end, I think many solutions can be found.
Before we wrap up this event, we have 2 more minutes left. I just want to make sure that there are no more questions from the audience. If there are 2 questions, so Peter, if you could assist, please. If you could raise up your hands, we will collect the 2 questions, and then we will close today's debate. So please, can you represent yourself and ask the question?
Sure. My name is Sandra Kaduri from Keeping Channels Open, a new dialogue network. Just a quick question. I mean, first, it's a bit strange to be questioning the US so much when we're actually in a war with the US right now in Europe. So obviously that makes me feel very reassured. But on the value of a united front, couldn't agree more. We achieve so much when we're aligned. But shouldn't we work towards some kind of grand strategy with China, some grand agreement on the top levels on technology, security and climate change, and align as many of our allies as we can together and work with pressure, but you know, with some regulations to make an agreement at the top?
Thank you. Let's collect the last question from the lady in the back.
Hello, my name is Zoe. Thanks for your comments. Does anyone have any solution of any kind? We hear only about the problems.
Thank you. So, Severin, let's hear maybe your answer to the first question, which was any possible ground strategy with China, and just a short comment: are we in the war with the US?
Right. I think with the US, we should really look into it more. I think it's a lot about rhetoric, really. It's not really that we're at war with the US. I can assure you that there is so much. No. I mean, like, but what I mean is,
we went to the war together.
No, I know. All calm down. All is good. So the point is, the point where I'm getting at is, there is so much cooperation on the NATO side in terms of military contacts, in terms of strategic contacts, that there is, I think, no reason. I don't have any doubts on that one. There would have to be a lot of political change in the US before anything would happen. And I think people in the Senate and in the Congress in particular would actually probably prohibit any move against NATO. And this would actually happen under Trump as well. So that's where I'm pretty optimistic. Where I'm not so optimistic is your question, because the trouble is, when you saw all the visitors in China at the moment, so you have Chancellor Scholz, you have Macron, and everybody else who also wanted to go there, they didn't go there as a European Union, right? Or as a NATO faction. They went there individually like a vassal state, like basically pretty claiming we want to actually have a proper, we don't actually have a proper discussion with them on the same level because we are a much smaller country, for example, even with Germany, right? Or in France in particular as well. I don't understand why this is not happening. So that's why I'm not very optimistic on this. The second part is, and this is what we should also talk about, is the Chinese military threat to the European Union. And that's where I'm getting at, again, with the nuclear section. We are now also able to be threatened by China directly with nuclear means. And this is the first time in the history. And I think we should also talk about that, because this is something we don't talk about enough. And yes, I totally agree with you, there should be a grand strategy, but political problems currently.
Thank you, Severin. Indeed, this was our panel discussion on the European Defence Pillar and NATO's Transatlantic Umbrella, a roadmap for Synergies. Thank you very much to our speakers. Thank you, Professor Ifantis, Ambassador Minuto Rizzo, and Severin Playa. My name is Sandra Pastoric, and it was my pleasure to moderate this debate. I will now kindly invite you to join us for the coffee break. Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear participants. Welcome to the third panel within the Net at Work 2023. My greetings also to the online audience, which is following us on the Martin Center YouTube channel. This panel on mitigating the effects of population aging in Europe is being co-organized with our member foundations, Hans Seidel Stiftung from Germany, the Institute Jože Pučnik from Slovenia, and the Fondazione De Gasperi. We are aware that we are experiencing a shifting demographic composition and that no country is immune to the consequences. In an attempt to look at future trends for population aging, the Eurostat estimates that in a few years, in 2026, the EU population is projected to peak at nearly 450 million people, and thereafter gradually decline to 416 million people by 2099. With this, the working age population within the EU is projected to fall from 303 million to the 292 million in 2070. Meanwhile, the share of people aged 65 and over will rise from 19 to 29% of the population, and people aged over 80 years old will increase from 5 to 13%. So, European societies are at demographic crossroads, population aging due to declining fertility rates and rising life expectancy. In order to discuss this very complex and very sensitive topic, we have three distinguished gentlemen, all of them people's elected representatives. We have Mr. Markus Ferber, member of the European Parliament from the Christian Social Union and chairman of the Hans Seidel Stiftung. Then we have Mr. Branko Grims, member of the Slovenian Parliament from Slovenska demokratska stranka, and Antonio Lopez Isturiz White, a member of the European Parliament from Partido Popular and secretary-treasurer of the Martin Center. I would also like to remind you that the last 15 to 20 minutes of the panel discussion, we will open the floor for questions from the audience, but meanwhile, you can think of them and I might jump to you as well. Let's begin with Mr. Ferber. We will have, in the introductory remark, we will have a tiny European tour. First, we go to Germany. Mr. Ferber, can you reflect a bit on Germany and Bavaria, which has one of the highest life expectancies in the EU? How is the situation with the population aging, and what are the policies introduced to face this challenge?
Yeah, thank you very much, Katharina. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure being here. You said already the scene, what we are talking about, and that is not only a problem in Germany, it's a problem all over Europe. And in a few weeks, I will go to Japan, which is even more in these problems of a demographic trap, and it's very interesting how they are going to react and what are the economical impacts as well, because I think that are issues we are discussing at the same time today. If I look to Germany, we have to be aware that for the moment we lose only by demography around about 500,000 people as workforce per year. So 500,000 more going to retirement, then young people are ready with school, with vocational training, with studying to be available on the labor market. And 500,000, that is a lot of people. And therefore, for the moment, we see something we are not used to in Germany. We have economical problems, but the unemployment rate does not go up. I remember quite well 20 years ago where we had similar economical problems, but with a huge growth of the unemployment rate. But because of the demographic changes 20 years later, we do not see the fever curve on the unemployment rate. And that's very dangerous because no one is aware of the problems, what's hiding behind. Number one is, of course, no growth, economical standstill on the one hand, and secondly, of course, losing competitiveness. And that's for Germany always a problem, and I think in some areas for Europe as well. If you look to our federal budget, the most spending of the national budget, it's around about 25% of the national budget, is spent only for the pension schemes. Increasingly, more and more year by year. It's more than 100 billion euros a year. And that shows the next challenge, the financial challenge, the system itself we have established in Germany is not financing itself the contributions you need for the pensions, and therefore the public money or the public budget has to spend more than a quarter of the national budget goes directly to the pension scheme. Number two, then in our spending, only to tell you another figure which is very we are not used to that as well, as we are coming from low interest rate scenario. But number two already in spending is interest rates. And that shows that even in Germany, the public spending is limited how to react. And that's one of the main problems. If I ask my constituency, for example, I represent a wonderful area of Bavaria, which I have a lot of so-called hidden champions in my constituency. Not large industry, but a lot of SMEs with hidden champions really working on the world markets. There's only one word. Working on the world market with their products. They have two challenges. That is to have access to well-educated young people, to talents, and energy costs. That are the two challenges, and number one is not energy costs. Number one is skilled people. So therefore, that is something we have to be aware. We will not be able to solve all the problems internally, inside European Union, for example, because if I meet people from Central Eastern Europe, where we have a lot of brain drain, if I meet people from Croatia, politicians, if I meet politicians from Romania, Bulgaria. I had the honor yesterday to meet some officials from Serbia. Even they complain about the brain drain. The good, the well-educated people go west, go to Germany, go to France, to UK, to United States, although they need them as well for having progress in their countries. So that is one of the huge challenges, and we will not be able to solve everything by technologies. So one thing, of course, is new technologies which help to reduce the labor force for producing something, for doing something, as we are more and more a society which is based on services. And to automate services is a little bit more complicated than to automate production. And therefore, I think we have to be aware that we are going in a trap. If you look to the German situation, the high birth rates we had in the 60s, we call them the so-called baby boomer generation. 20 years after World War II, the baby boomer generation, late 50s, early 60s, till 67. We had birth rates every year for more than 1.2 to 1.4 million babies in these times. And if you try to figure out what that means, that are the people who go to pension in the next years, in the years to come, that means that we will even lose more work forces in the years to come than the 500,000 I have described already, which shows that this problem becomes more and more relevant. On the other hand, we have similar discussions as everywhere. I'm not speaking about France. What can we do? Because there are only three possibilities: to work longer, to get lower pensions, or to pay more for the pension scheme. That are the three screws to be adjusted, and if you want to have a fair progress, you have to adjust all the three ones. You cannot put all money on one issue. You have to address all the three ones, and that shows the problems we are confronted with. We have already increased a few years ago the entry time to 67, so those people born in 65 have to work till they are 67, which comes into force in a few years. So step by step we have increased this retirement age. We have increased a little bit the rates what you have to pay, but we have not decreased what you get out of the pension scheme. But honestly, all the three things are the only three screws you can adjust at the end of the day with all the social impacts. And therefore, we really have to think, Germany as well as on European level, how to adjust the systems, how to make it better that elder people can deliver some services. I saw a few days ago a nice story from a craftsman who is now 68 but still working in his company because, you know, the German master system, so you have to have a master, otherwise you are not allowed to do some things. That is the only master available. So the bosses asked him to continue his work, but he said, when I'm 70, I will stop. But that shows what is already the challenge we have. And therefore, I'm open to listen to the others. The German answer for the moment is, of course, education skills, number one. We invest a lot of money in vocational training, especially, and we want to attract more people, not to go to university, but to go to vocational training, as that are the labor forces we need. On the other hand, of course, immigration internally. In Germany, we have migration. Bavaria is one of the winners. We have internally in Germany a lot of migration to the places where the jobs are available, which creates new problems as well internally in Germany, as we have regions as well where people leave with some challenges. Of course, internally in the European Union, but we have to look outside as well. Otherwise, we will not be able to address these problems. I hope I gave a short overview about the challenges we are confronted with in Germany. Thanks.
Thank you for painting the picture for us, Mr. Ferber, for the situation in Germany. And now from Germany, we are moving to Slovenia. Mr. Grims, you're coming from one of the smallest EU member states, which, when it comes to the population, 2 million people. The demographic trends of aging population certainly impact the economy, and the age-related expenditures of public finances are projected to rise by 3 percentage points of GDP by 2030. This is also what Mr. Ferber mentioned. So how do you evaluate the situation in Slovenia in this matter? What would be the economic consequences of the aging population in Slovenia?
Well, thank you. First of all, I would like to emphasize I'm very honored to be here, ladies and gentlemen. I hope we'll have a nice afternoon today. The situation in Slovenia is very similar to that that was just described in Germany. Very similar, with one big difference. We are a small nation. We are, in fact, less than 2 million people. So all the problems Germany faces at this moment, we are facing too, and as a matter of fact, they are even bigger for us. What's even worse in Slovenia in this moment, we have a left-wing government which has raised taxes, lowered every income, wages, so in fact it's a sign for young families go abroad, work somewhere else, and the situation is not good from any point of view. First of all, our entrepreneurs need workforce. And we need qualified, good workforce with good habits, and we can find it outside Europe. What is happening now, we don't need no mass migration. We have to face the fact that we wouldn't be talking about this problem at this moment if we would have enough children. What will save this situation? There's only one simple solution. We need more children. Without children, we have no future. And what Europe needs to do is change and make much more effort on family politics. So without that, we are on the verge of extinction. We are nearly facing the problem that Europe will be gone. And for us, this problem is, as I said, much higher than, much bigger, much larger than for bigger nations. The situation in Slovenia is also problematic because the incomes in Slovenia, gross income is lower, much lower than it should be, and this new government is making things even worse because they are changing laws, they are inventing new problems for entrepreneurs, raising taxes, inventing new taxes, and that's a very huge problem. The solution for Slovenia at this moment is only one. We are making people that will have to work longer. We are raising the pension age, and of course the pensions do not follow the inflation, which is unfortunately also under new government very high in Slovenia. We are among highest in Europe, and but this won't solve the problem. What will solve the problem is the situation and the answer which I have already gave you. There's only one solution. We have to make, Europe has always been leading in making the democracy, in leading in civilization. So we have to change our civilization so that we will be aware that there's only one thing which guarantees you future, and these are children. Children are our future. And this is the answer, the only answer to all the problems we are facing today.
Mr. Lopez, can you please reflect on the so-called demographic winter and what are the scenarios and consequences for Spain? There's a presentation that we can also...
Okay, thank you.
See?
Yes. Thank you, gentlemen, because you left me 40 minutes to speak. I will try to be brief. And first of all, say hello to Nicolas Jorinda, the President Chairman of the Martin Center, to Tommy and Peter and everybody in the staff, thank you very much. And also to the Hans Seidel Foundation and Josef Purnitz also. Today is different because I am not talking, I will talk about the Spanish example, adapted also because unfortunately it's very similar to the Italian case, and I had the honor to be asked by the Gasperi la Fondazione di Gasperi of addressing you. No? So I'm doing a little bit of a mix-max between Italy and Spain, but I will explain you right now. There we are. First of all, here we are, the last report from 2022 in our country. 133 people over 64 per 100 younger than 16 years old. That's the age where we are all in the working age. You see the evolution since 1999 from 99.88 to 133. So clear sign of the negative inversion of this aging society in Spain as well as in Italy.
Here is the evolution, sorry it's in Spanish, I will translate to you, is the evolution of childbirth in the last decade, since 2011 to 2021, to your left. I will just point so it will be easier. So here we have clearly a difference of nearly 150,000 from 2011 to 2021. It's an outstanding now lowering birth rate in Spain. And the life expectancy, which has gone from 77 in 1991, 20 years ago. In 2011, so we keep the decade, was 82 years. Now it's 83.6. So 1 year more in this also decade scenario. Here you have this pyramid of population in Spain. Just for you to notice that, as in many European countries, this is here slimming according to the age from birth to 35, and this is enlarging. The colors is women and men, and the difference of also of years. So here is women, here is men, but the outstanding figure lies in the growth here and the slimming here, which some of you are experts in the area, you have noticed is the common trend. Here is the evolution of natality and birth, death rate and birth and death. Birth is in blue. So now we are in a situation where in 2015 the lines are crossing, which for many of you, as you know, might be the point of no return. So even with immigration, it will take years to recover from this. And we have gone since 1940 from this birth rate and death rate to this one. So I think this is one of the most important slides. The process of demographic aging will continue. My colleagues already said it also in some countries, with consequences on the jobs and labor market, Marcus, that you mentioned, pensions, healthcare system, intergenerational relation, cultural attitude, political choices, we all know, with the appearance of charlatans and extremes that are taking now the floor because they're taking the opportunity out of the fear of people and the changing times that we are living in this new technologies revolution. And also the size of the country would be also greatly reduced, which in the power struggle here in Brussels could make also a significant difference in a country like Spain, which is considered to be one of the largest countries. Analysis of the reasons for this demographic situation, of course, economic and labor instability. The crisis in 2008-9, COVID 2022, the Ukrainian war now in 2022, increasing undesired infertility. 12 to 15% of couples cannot get pregnant. Miscarrying rates are increasing. I don't know for you, I know a lot of examples around from friends, colleagues, and so on that are unfortunately have gone through this situation of miscarriages. A delay of decision to become a parent leads to fertility problems and having less kids. Here in the slide is not abortion, that we leave it for everybody to reflect if abortion has also some impact in this. Raising childless community, new ways of life, longer study time, traveling, social changes that led to vital decisions that years ago were not socially accepted. We have to take into consideration the increase of life expectancy, the later incorporation to the labor market of young people due to longer education and the youth unemployment. Here is all the European countries, 27 member states. Some outstanding points I would mention here in France, from 2 fertility rate to 1.185, which usually the ideal should be 2.1. No European country is reaching this level. Italy and Spain, that's why I am representing also the Fondazione Gasperi and my own country. Here we are in the Mediterranean, Malta, Mediterranean, we have a problem there, but not in Branco in the eastern countries, where I will now show in the next slide, okay, numbers are, here in the Italian slide, you could see the difference, Italy, and these are the eastern countries which adhered. And okay, fertility rates are doing well compared with the rest of European countries. That, of course, will be submitted to discussion and debate, no, afterwards, if that is the case or not. There were, Germany is also, by the way, Marcus mentioned, that the fertility rate has been maintained. It comes from 1.4 in 2008 to now 165 nearly, okay, which is not bad compared with the countries that I have mentioned in the Mediterranean. I wanted here to bring a regional example, which is the one of the government of Partido Popular in Madrid, Isabel Díaz Ayuso, with some of the measures that we are taking that others are not taking. Birth promotion, direct economic benefits, baby check, childcare check, food vouchers, direct subvention for housing, for vulnerable families, tax deductions, access to public child daycare, work-life balances policies, access to fertility and reproductive treatments for women up to 42 years old, and second, but not least important, is return plans for national migrants. It was mentioned also before, a lot of grey brain that has abandoned Spain and went mainly to the United States, Latin America, of course in our case, and other places. And very important, Marcos, you also mentioned education. And here in Madrid is taken into account with the talent acquisition programs in collaboration with universities and research centers. Next steps. We should reflect on what kind of demographic pyramid we want and how we will shape it. Magic words. It's not a word. That escaped my censorship. Magic words, there are no magic words. That's for the populists. But the words that we should be using in the EPP family altogether should be conciliation at work, flexibility, voluntarily part-time, optimization of working times, childcare, facilities and services, economic support, and family-friendly environment in everybody's culture context. This is important because, as I told you, when the cross lines were crossing in that slide, neither higher fertility nor more migration will stop population aging, because the momentum has been decisively bypassed by long-term demographic trends. And to alleviate the economic challenges arising from changes, we need to focus on the increasing ratio of workers to non-workers. It's called dependency ratio. There will be not magic solutions, that's the spirit, but we need to work on every aspect to ease the pressure on the working population. I think that this should not be overlooked by tomorrow elected President of the Academic Council of the Martin Center, Klaus Welle. In the future discussion, Nicolas, we were talking about that during lunchtime, to also, to the EPP family, introduce this aspect that I think is essential, that everybody knows about it, but I don't know, they don't want to talk about it. And I think it's time, and I'm very grateful that we are having this opportunity to address this, some people consider tricky topic, but necessary if we want also to our voters understand us next year in the elections in 2024. I think this is a key topic in all countries, West, East, North, and South. Depending that there are some more successful stories, some less, but we are all mainly in the same problem and in the same trend. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lopez. I think we exhausted. We have the entire continent. We painted the map for this. So I will maybe now ask if there are questions from the audience. Anything that you might, yes. So first the lady here next to Margherita. Can you please introduce yourself and be brief, because we still have many things to discuss.
Hi, I'm Maria Holter. I'm from the Netherlands, and what a lot of you suggest, more babies, more children, being young, also working a lot with young girls and young boys. We're actually very skeptical about the future and having children on this planet. So well, it is true. When I talk to 18-year-old girls in my rowing club, which I train, or with my political party, they're like, why should we have children in a world that's actually going down on climate change? Like, how would you address those issues? Because a friendly family environment or giving child support extra won't change this idea of a almost non-existent future, since they say, if politicians don't listen to us, why should we then make babies and continue our... And they are uncertain about their own future, so they're mostly uncertain about setting a next generation on this world.
Okay, thank you. One more question there.
Thank you very much. Tony Gillen from MCC Brussels. I really agree with that last question. I would love to hear more about the cultural pessimism and how that has a dampening effect on people's desire to have children. But my question, Antonio, if I understood you correctly, you're saying that talking about being pro-family is a contentious and tricky issue. So how have we got to the point, if we take Branko's point about children being the future and only children are the future, how have we got to the point where talking about being pro-family is a contentious and tricky issue? Because if we can't answer that, no policy is going to make a big difference.
Thank you. One more question, and then you will keep your questions for later. So the gentleman behind Tommy, please, and then we come back to our speakers.
Hi, my name is Brett Hagt from BBVA. We're a bank, and I've got a question concerning the pension schemes. These pay-as-you-go schemes, as they have their difficulties, as Mr. Faber described, wouldn't it be a point to change to another sort of pension scheme, more with capitalizing pensions?
Okay, thank you so much. I think that all of you can reflect. I will start with Mr. Ferber. Would you like to reflect on the question maybe about the pessimism in the future? We were quite pessimistic. I'm really trying to turn the upside on this debate and make it a more optimistic. Mr. Ferber, then Tono, and then Mr. Grims, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will try, because I don't know whether I can give an answer, because that is firstly a decision everyone has to do by itself. The politics can set the frame, and hopefully young people decide to build a family and to have children, but it's an individual decision. Honestly, I don't believe that in 20, 30 years we cannot live on this globe anymore. So, sorry, that was last generation is telling us that in a few years this planet will be dead, will not take place, and we have to get rid of that. On the other hand, I can only tell you my story. My father was born in 1930. He made his, he ended his school in 48, 3 years after World War II, and he grew up in a destroyed country. Yeah, Germany was totally destroyed morally, politically, economically, in every sense it was destroyed. And this generation did not say, we resignate, there is no chance for us anymore. They built a new Germany. And they founded families, and they had children. I'm one of those. I'm one of the baby boomers as well. And I always admire my parents and think on my father who had a starting point in his life under the worst conditions. And they decided to be optimists and to believe in themselves and to deliver service to the society and for their children. And that's why we should give up this pessimism that this globe is going to be destroyed in a few years. Sorry, that will not happen. Climate is changing all the time. Therefore, that is not the right decision to say that's why we should not have children anymore. On the other hand, and that was the question you raised at the end, as I'm in the econ, I will try to answer as well. Honestly, yes, we could do that, but we should have done that years or decades before. You will not be able to solve the problems if you start now to inject a little bit of the money to the capital markets. In Germany, our finance minister has started now with 10 billion euros this year. Yeah, okay. And of course, he can only live from the dividends. Yeah, nothing else. Otherwise, you reduce the stock already. So if you want to have dividends out of 10 billion euros, to finance more than 100 billion euros a year, as I said, is the injection from the national budget. You can imagine you need a little bit more than 100 billion euros. That's why to start now maybe is a solution for long term, but it's not a short-term solution. And those member states who have started long time before, Netherlands is the best example, can deliver better services for their people because they have already a lot of money invested via pension funds, which all the other states do not have. Yeah? It's only Netherlands who has that system, and that's why to start now, yes, but it will not address the problems of these wonderful curves you have shown for Spain, this non-pyramid, because normally a society should be like a pyramid, and this pyramid has this baby boomer, how to say that?
Momentum, yes.
And you will not solve this problem via capital injections to capital markets. That's a problem at the moment.
Mr. Lopez?
Please, related to my American half upbringing, to oversimplify things. That Europeans, we always try to complicate things, but I simplify the three questions in a single sentence. We are such an egoistical generation. Marcus, you talk about your father. I can talk about mine. Grandfathers, the examples, and I'm sure Branko could do. People that, without our means, without our pension system, without our healthcare system, be it a Europe that was destroyed and gave us the baby boomers. It took sacrifices for the families, and we are a result of that. What are we doing? We are inversing the whole thing. So I think there has to be a general reflection about what this generation, which I'm including, I'm also criticizing myself, what are we giving to our future children and grandchildren? Not only the decreasing numbers, but the system. We all know they will not have the same pension system as us if this continues like this. Or we review this. We have the French example now, but many more to come. And it should be in a positive way, not in a negative way, with provision, with long-term vision. That's another thing. We are such short-sighted today about these things. A product of the politics of today, sign of the times. The question about pro-family, tricky question. That has also an ideological thing. The left, the ideological left in Europe, took as a banner you know, that family policies were not to be talked about. It was like the one of taboos, like defense, you know, these are classical taboos from the left. We cannot allow this to continue. Pro-family policies are not incompatible with other things. And that's how it has been presented by the left. And we cannot allow this to continue. It's absolutely compatible with many other things and many other ways of dealing with how couples are, marriage, and so on. Everything is compatible. But we have to give, as I put the example of Madrid, but there are many other examples around of good policies, of trying to help families, you know, to raise children. In fin, sorry about, very simplistic. Some of you might find, but I think that is the general idea.
Thank you. Mr. Grips, you wanted also to reflect on that and maybe just to add on a question, because we spoke a lot about the birth rates, but what about the immigration from outside the EU? What do you think that to what extent should responses which are focusing on mitigating all the factors, such as the immigration from outside the EU, can be a solution to this? Because we are in between this fire. We want to increase fertility rates. We want to keep the economies, to keep them growing. So it's quite difficult. I understand policymakers are thrown into this fire. How do we balance it out? It's also a question of identity. Many things, quite a sensitive topic, as we said. Making a decision to start a family, to build a family, how many children to have, and all this. How about let's have put a light on the immigration? Is it an easy solution? Is it a midterm solution? How do we see the future with this? How do you think? What is your opinion on this?
Well, to be honest, we'll have to face that some big mistakes have been done. And first of all, the immigration, mass immigration, which we are facing now, is not the answer. As a matter of fact, it's completely wrong, because those people do not work at all. They just cost us a lot in any way, in the sense of security and in money and in everything. That is the first part. The second part is that what Europe needs to do, and I think that we are in the right place and we are the right people for that. We should go back to the main values, to the basic values on which the modern Europe was created decades ago, and those are Christian values. So if we cut the Christian roots out of Europe, this is not Europe anymore. So our fathers, I mean the European fathers, wanted to create a Europe for Europeans, for all. An open Europe, a successful Europe, and we have to go back to those values. And we have to face that. And this is why I started with the answer that the only right answer is, and the only future are our children. What is the treasure of Europe? It's nations, their traditions, their cultures, our people. These are European values, the real treasure of Europe. And we have to understand each other, we have to respect each other, we have to understand that we do not all think the same. And we have different needs, and we have different ways of lives, but it's all together, it's Europe. What is now coming in Europe is not Europe anymore. And if we want to keep Europe for our children, if you want to what we have got from our fathers give to our children, we'll have to face that some things were wrong. And this is the first part of the answer. And the second part is how to create this. And I think Europe should stop creating problems for itself, which, as a matter of fact, Europe at this moment do, and start dealing with real problems. And real problem for me is how to use advantages which Europe has to support our entrepreneurs to be successful in the global world. Again, we were the strongest, we were the leading, and we have to be again. And this is a small part of the answer which I wanted to give to that lady. Now you have to know something. I have Master of Science degree in politics, but basically I have a degree in nature sciences and mathematics and statistics. So, as a matter of fact, I'm a geologist. And in geology, we see things differently with a different point on time, for example. For our world, which is 4.5 billion years old, 100 million years is like this for us, a month maybe, or a year of our life. And what's wrong with the Europe of today is that many problems people created for themselves, because some people get cash of it, some get politics and benefits of it, and so on. What I wanted to say is perhaps you do know that in the, let me say, newer part of the world, there was a period called Eocene, and Eocene has Eocene maximum. What was that? That was that whole world had temperatures which were 10 or 12 degrees higher than the situation is now. And we are saying, oh, it's an emergency, we'll all die, everything. We don't want children because this is the end of the world. It's crazy. This is propaganda from the left, which was put through years, through mass media, and created a situation which is so far from reality that we are facing problems which we created for ourselves instead of real problems. Nothing's wrong with this world. We are living in between two ice ages, as a matter of fact. And you have to know that all the former inter-ice ages were had higher temperatures than we have now. So there is no emergency at all. We of course have to do everything to keep our world clean, and we have to invest, for example, in isolation. The weather is changing and will always be, has always been. But there is no reason that we use this as a, I don't know, to get this propaganda and make on this propaganda some of our basic decisions, because it's crazy. We don't have that problem. We have the problem that we don't have enough children. We don't have the support for all those advantages that Europe had in the past and should have again. For example, where is going our Europe? In 20 or 30 years ago, in the United States, if you had a Mercedes or BMW or Porsche, you were, oh, Jack. But today, you are somebody, if in Europe you have a Tesla. That's what Europe created of itself, because somebody had an idea that if you go to electricity, that will be a new push-up for Europe. In fact, it isn't. It's a push-up for somebody else. And it's unnecessary. All those problems would vanish if we will go back and face real problems and go back to basic values on which Europe has been created. And this is the right answer to all we are discussing today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Grims. We have a few minutes just to take some questions from the audience, and then we'll have to close and leave the floor for the fireside chat of Federico. My colleague, gentleman there in the middle row, please. Yes. And Owen there. And the Mrs. before. And that's it. I'm sorry.
Hi. Yeah, specifically for Mr. Branco. Do you know any migrants? Like, you say that they don't work, that they just cost us money. Like, do you actually know any migrants? You say that the European values are Christian values, and I'm certainly not denying the added the value of the Christian history in Europe, but I'm not a Christian, and I am as strong a supporter of the Article 2 values as any European. Am I not a European because I'm not Christian? Are you saying that because you have a geology degree, that you have a better understanding of climate science and the IPCC? Like, are they just making it up? Like, what on earth are you talking about? Okay, thank you.
I will have to ask you to be respectful to our speakers.
I'm as respectful as he deserved.
Yep, I'm sorry. Thank you so much for your question. Owen, and then the lady in front.
Hi, yeah, thank you very much. Owen from the Martin Centre. Thanks very much for a very interesting discussion. I'm just going to try and inject a bit of positivity.
Please do. We want to have an upside of this discussion.
Into the debate. You know, one of the key drivers of, or I would say the key driver, research shows that the key driver of falling fertility rates are the rising education rates in women. And I think that is, of course, a good thing, and it's reflective of how we are moving towards a more equal society. We're not there yet. There's still very significant gender pay gaps, including in Europe, but we're getting there. There's a positive movement. And we should also, you know, acknowledge that, say, 20 years ago, demographers were very, very concerned about the population bomb. Centered on Africa, Asia, South America, that the world population would get to 20 billion, that it would be a complete disaster. All those forecasts have been significantly reduced. Falling fertility rates, falling birth rates have played a huge role in places like South America, in Southeast Asia, in reducing poverty levels, in reducing infant mortality, in increasing women's level of education. So I just want to say that it's not all. In Europe, we have a lot of very specific issues, but declining birth rates, if complemented by rising migration, etc., it's a little bit less negative than maybe portrayed today.
Thanks. The last question, and then I will close the floor.
Thank you, Melina. I wanted to thank the speaker and the moderator. I really appreciate this discussion and the debate. I wanted to ask actually two questions. So the first, to address this topic maybe in the post-COVID era and how the pandemic reshaped especially the European population. And second, how in the post-COVID era, so the speed up of the digital transformation can have an impact on this issue. So actually connecting to what was said before me, how, for example, more flexibility at work and remote work, for example, can push more fertility and more higher fertility rates and higher demographics, because one of the two partners are working remotely, because I think it's something that, especially in the south of Europe, could be very positive for this issue.
Thank you. So because I will give the floor to all of you, and this will be your final notes, because we have to leave the floor for the next panel. Basically, I will also just, it will be a thought-provoking what Owen said, and I really want us to finish on an optimistic note. Isn't this what we all wanted? I mean, that we have higher life expectancies, that we have higher quality of life, of health and social services. Now, can we turn a positive, optimistic turn to all this? Should we be so pessimistic that Europe is dying out as a nation, instead of trying to improve the lives of the elderly citizens and all of us, the future, what might bring? First, I am going to start with you, Mr. Ferber, and then with the rest.
Okay, so I try to be very short, as we have only 3 minutes for 3 speakers.
And we have a red clock on us. Yes.
Okay, sorry. I try to be really short. Firstly, COVID has taught us something, and I'm very happy for the last question, because we learned jobs which are systemic relevant and jobs which are not systemic relevant. And what we are learning now is that a lot of people try to catch up a job which is systemic relevant. That's why we have so many problems in services, for example, because outside medicine, surgery, all this stuff, services are not systemic relevant. And that's one of these things we have to think about, framing that more jobs are systemic relevant than those being identified during the lockdowns to make more jobs attractive as well, because that is one of the key challenges we have at the moment. Digitalization can address some problems, but will not solve all the problems. On the migration issue, I'm very happy for the remarks because I don't share it, honestly, and we have to be aware if we speak about people from Ukraine, which is fully different, where we have to give shelter, and I'm very happy that Europe gives it. On the other hand, if you look to 2015, the starting point have been refugees from a civil war in Syria, and they needed shelter as well, and we had to give it. And on the other hand, we have to be aware, because that is what happened in 2015 onwards as well, that other people saw there is a possibility to enter the European Union, although there's no civil war, there's no war, and that is what we have to address, that we help those who really need help, and that is our Christian heritage, which we have to live there. On the other hand, we have interests as well. States have interests, and we should be speaking about our interests even when we speak about migration for jobs where we need people. And I think that is not a bad issue. We don't should blame ourselves for doing that, but we have to be aware integration has to be maintained, so we cannot overload our population. But on the other hand, the best way of integrating people is to give them jobs, to be parts of our societies. And therefore, I'm not as pessimistic as some people may be.
Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Grims, I will ask you to be short.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I was talking about illegal immigration, so if it was misunderstanding, I'm afraid a little. The second, to answer directly to that man, well, don't trust me. Don't believe anything I said. So please, please, go to the nearest library and take a book of paleo temperatures and look for yourself, or at least Google it, and look what ice ages are and what paleo and everything. I won't repeat everything again. Eocene maximum, for example, what was, and there was no man there, only the sun. The sun is, as a matter of fact, the main motor for everything that changes our lives, considering the weather. And look for yourself. That is the only right answer. And I believe that there will be times, and I hope that soon, that we will be able to discuss those problems without so much emotion, rationally, because we need to. Because we have to face the real problems, and we have to face them directly, because our future depends on it. And all I said, I hope you take from that point of view.
Thank you so much. Mr. Lopez, we finish with you.
Thank you. Because of what I'm going to say, I have to discover a shocking truth to my German friends, that my great-grandmother was German. Shocking, Marcus, no? My friends will understand. My family is immigrant family in the United States. They came from England, Germany, and France for religious questions, escaping, persecution, Protestants, all of them. Like millions of Europeans search for a better life. So I do believe that immigration, well managed, is an opportunity for our societies. Are we doing the correct thing here in Europe? No. We are fighting each other, debating, it's creating a lot of passion. I cannot tell you what will happen during the Spanish presidency. The Spanish presidency is focused in resolving the whole problem in 6 months. Okay. No, I hope, you know, I mean, I'm a supporter of this. But, by the way, my grandmother, I said my great-grandmother, German, you know, at the same time probably as the ancestors of Donald Trump came to the United States. Immigration, the story of immigration, well managed, is a success story. If not well managed, creates problems. The story is that we are not managing this well in Europe, and it's about time that we give a solution for this. That is in the best interest of people, that they have the right, and they are working to have the same opportunities as we are having. As we speak, thousands of people are dying in the beaches of the Mediterranean, pregnant women. It's humanly, it's dramatic. It's a tragedy, it's a human tragedy, what's going on. We have to work to avoid this, to give a good response. Also, not to be the ones involuntarily helping the mafias without our coordinated efforts. I hope, and it's time about for us to give an coordinated opportunity to people also to come. But will this solve the problem of aging population in Europe? I told you, no. So for those who think that the immigration will solve the problem in Europe, no. It's very helpful, it's an opportunity, as I said, but also it's not going to solve the whole problem. So also we have to work, as I said in the first opportunity, in the question of family, you know, and children policies, and that's what we also have to focus apart from the other.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. It's been an insightful discussion. I don't think that we'll be able to solve the demographic crisis in Europe, but we managed to put some things into perspective and maybe the ways forward for this. I would like to invite you all for a coffee break right now and back to this meeting room at 4:30 for the fireside chat with my colleague Federico Orejo. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the fireside chat. So if you would please take your seats, we will start in a minute. Thank you very much.
I can see that you have all taken your seats, more or less, so I believe we can start. Welcome to this last part of today's event, this fireside chat. Can a heterogeneous Europe remain a strong actor? You may find, we all did when we received the program, that a fireside chat in late April is a strange idea, but we are in Brussels after all, so why not? Well, as I said, as I mentioned, this is a twofold occasion. It is, on the one hand, the concluding part of a day-long event. Some of you might have attended some of the previous panels, our Net at Work 2023. We discussed democracy, defense, demography in 3 panels all day long. But also, very importantly, we took the occasion to present a book. So the topic, the subject of our chat, the basis of our chat, is a new, interesting, important book that has been published on governing the EU in an age of division. I have it here for all of you to see, and I have the author here to my left, Dalibor Roac. And the book deals with what is arguably the central topic of European integration all along, I would say, but particularly in the last 15 years, which is how can we construct a viable form of unity while accepting the fact of heterogeneity, differences of history, traditions, strategic perceptions, economic and social policy preferences in Europe. It is, if you look closely at the crisis of the last 15 years, it was probably the central political challenge. I'm not going to go through the chronicle of the crisis, but of course, think about the huge divisions in perception and traditions of economic policy management that emerged during the Euro crisis between the north and the south of Europe. Think then later the migration crisis, the immense, disagreements, particularly between then West and East, some Central European countries particularly, on the issue of migration. Think about Brexit, one of the big challenges and crises of the last decade. At the heart of it, there was this constitutional question of how to manage Europe's heterogeneity. I could continue. I mean, the response to COVID, which happened to be a symmetric shock. So more or less all countries were affected in the same way, and that's why we managed to take a very forceful initiative in response of that. The war in Ukraine and all the differences in strategic perceptions that have come to the fore, and so on. Even, I mean, maybe last to mention, even the rise of right-wing populism in many ways. At the heart of it, there is a question about what will be the future of the European nation states as we have seen them developing in the last centuries in the future united Europe. So again, how to manage Europe's heterogeneity. This is the central issue of the last 15 years. This is the central issue of Dalibor's book and of the discussion that we are going to have. We have 1 hour to do that, and we have 3 outstanding speakers. You see only 2 on stage at the moment, but we are waiting for a third one to join us shortly. Dalibor, the author of the book, is, well, I would say most importantly for this setting, you are a research associate at the Martin Center for many years already, but your main affiliation is in Washington. You are a research fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, an important center-right, broadly, I would say, think tank in DC. This is your third book on the subject, so you've been thinking about issues of international and European governance for a long time. And then if you go to my far left, you have a person that doesn't need much of an introduction normally in Brussels Circle, Klaus Welle. He has been a fixture of the Brussels sort of institutional landscape for many decades. The Dark Prince, I think the Financial Times called you once of European politics. I'm not sure it was on point, because knowing you, you are quite a, it was a compliment, but you're not that dark, you're quite humorous and sunny as a person. But this tells you, you know, he has been one of the drivers of the Brussels scene for many decades. First as EPP Secretary General, he finished, he was Secretary General of the European Parliament for 13 years, which is quite an achievement. And now he is a member of our academic council, the Martin Center Academic Council. Our third speaker will join us shortly. It is Camino Mortera Martinez. You might know her. She's the head of the Brussels office of the Center for European Reform. She's a lawyer by training. She's very active in publications and in media commentaries. So I suggest the following sort of proceedings, if you agree. I will give the floor to Dalibor for a short overview of the key arguments of his book, and then I will allow, you know, the two discussants to take the floor and raise a first sort of range of thoughts or criticisms of the book, and then we throw it all open for everybody. So while you listen, of course, as always, prepare, think, because we try to make this as participatory as possible. So yeah, without further ado, I would say, Dalibor, the floor is yours for your initial presentation.
Federico, thank you so much. I'm going to stand up, if you don't mind. I'm jet lagged. I need to get my blood flowing a little bit, because I'll put myself to sleep by droning on. So I'm here primarily to hawk my book, which is called Governing the EU in an Age of Division, published by Edward Elgar and priced at a very reasonable $103.50. And the publisher really put me in a bind by saying that if it sells well, they'll publish a paperback version. So that's where I need you to work with me and be ready to make some minor financial sacrifices in order to bring a more accessible version to the market. Now, the first observation that I would like to make, which I also make in the book, is that the EU enlargement, starting in 2004, have been a great thing, a tremendous success, and bringing 100 million Eastern Europeans, Central Europeans to the fold of the EU towards market and democracy. I mean, it's one of the most monumental achievements of the European project. I'm thrilled we have Mikro Arturinda amongst us, president of Martin Center, obviously somebody that all Slovaks have a great deal of debt towards for leading the country into the EU and for catching up with our neighbors. I mean, I'm myself somebody who was born and brought up in Slovakia. I never bought the Ivan Krastev revisionist view of enlargement as somehow bridged too far, as a way of alienating Central and Eastern Europeans by making them copy Western norms and codes of conduct and laws, etc., etc. I think, by and large, especially considering the counterfactuals, in places like the Western Balkans or in countries of Eastern neighborhood, of Eastern Partnership, I mean, the EU enlargement has been a terrific success. At the same time, it has made the EU more diverse, more heterogeneous, and I think that is a challenge that we have to grapple with. I mean, before the enlargement, when you looked at average real per capita income in the EU's poorest member state, Greece, and the average real per capita income in the EU's wealthiest member state, that fraction was about 40%. When Bulgaria joined, that fraction went down to 15%. And since then, Bulgaria might now be perhaps at 20% of Luxembourg's real income. And I think you have to make very optimistic assumptions
about Bulgaria's economic performance going forward in order to close that gap in a timely fashion. And in fact, the catch-up growth of post-communist countries is one of the sort of high points of this entire story. Like, we've seen real catch-up growth. I mean, these gaps have been closing, slowly albeit, but still closing. There have been reforms done in these places that have been meaningful. It's almost as if the picture from the old member states were more pessimistic. I mean, if you look at sort of EU 15 and you look at sort of income convergence among that bloc, well, there hasn't really been any income convergence in sort of macro, in terms of macro sort of observables. Even in areas where there have been great advances in policies explicitly destined at promoting integration and sort of connecting European markets in areas like banking, where obviously the regulatory framework is in a very different place than it was 20 years ago, yet the cross-border borrowing has never really recovered after the Great Recession. In metrics like total factor productivity, not only there is no convergence, there is divergence, with countries like Italy and Spain sort of recording in fact, decreases in total factor productivity, whereas countries like Germany or the Scandinavian countries or the Netherlands basically copying the path of economies like the US. Now, this challenge of heterogeneity is not just about the economy, obviously. I would argue that European politics remains obstinately national and centered on nation states, despite explicit efforts to make it more European, both by creating the European Parliament as a directly elected body to begin with, also with sort of attempts to bring it closer to the general public through the, say, Spitzenkandidaten system. Since 2019, we have a member state in the EU that is ranked by Freedom House as only partly free. That is Hungary. We have massive divergence on all kinds of sort of cultural questions in the European Union. 88% of Swedes, according to a Pew poll, are perfectly okay with same-sex marriage. 27% of Hungarians are okay with same-sex marriage, according to the same poll. And the question that this raises, to my mind at least, is whether this heterogeneity is an aberration, a blip in the sort of grand scheme of things, or whether it's a permanent state of affairs we have to learn to deal with in a constructive fashion. And I think we've lived for a long time with this illusion that the arc of history bends towards justice, as President Obama and Martin Luther King put it, and that challenges like rule of law issues in Hungary or kerfuffles over immigration will be somehow sort of swept away by grander forces of history. And I think we have to perhaps contemplate the possibility that these divisions are here to stay, that there'll be sort of fundamental differences of opinion on fairly fundamental questions among EU member states, just as there are very sort of strong and deep sources of polarization within member states themselves. Now, the observation I would like to make as a corollary to that is that there might be a trade-off then between how heterogeneous the EU is and how deep the integration project can go in some respects. And this is a much debated question among political scientists, but to me it strikes me as obvious that there are things that you can do at EU 15 that you can't do at EU 27, that you won't be able to do, say, when Ukraine joins the European Union. And I would also suggest that diversity is not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, it's sort of maybe a limiting factor on the integration project, but it is, I would argue, a natural attribute of the European condition. I mean, this has never been a continent amenable to political centralization, and actually I have rigorous social scientific evidence to show you from my AEI colleague Jesus Fernandez Villaverde, who ran the simulations using European parameters of European geography to sort of show that it's very hard because of the mountain ranges and because of the way arable land is dispersed to centralize Europe. And that's been true throughout Europe's history. So maybe we are destined to live with, you know, complicated, unwieldy governance structures like the EU or, you know, the Holy Roman Empire, or my personal favorite, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. More on that in due course. But the challenge then is, you know, to manage diversity and disagreement in a constructive fashion and not allow it to cause deadlock and hollowing out of European institutions and the European project, of which I'm a big supporter, unlike some of my friends on the center right in the English-speaking world, so to speak. And I think the necessary condition for preventing that hollowing out is to perhaps stop trying to remake the EU into something that it is not, abandoning what the great Italian political scientist Gian Domenico Magione calls a political culture of total optimism, in which big leaps into the dark are made with the expectation that they'll beget cycles of sort of virtuous cooperation in additional areas, and then disappointing the expectations. I think it's important to avoid the Europeanization of you know, certain sensitive cultural subjects which divide Europeans, and where really European level cooperation brings little, if any, benefits. In practical terms, what I would suggest is, you know, certainly no big institutional changes. I mean, I think, you know, I'm a sort of small c conservative in that sense, that we have to sort of learn with the structures that you know, we've been bequeathed to us, and try to act constructively within the constraints imposed by those institutions. We have Article 20 of providing for enhanced cooperation between member states that want to do more together on subjects that don't command unanimous agreement of EU 27. I think that mechanism has been put to good use and should be put to good use in the future. I mean, questions of European defense that we can get into, I think, fall within that rubric of you know, an area which will remain largely intergovernmental, yet an area in which cooperation, perhaps an ad hoc one between European countries, yields important benefits. And more importantly, I mean, I would try to push that logic perhaps to not to its extreme, but to further than some others, and suggest that we should try to think about the European project not as a monolith, but really as a series of integration projects running in parallel that don't necessarily require the same coalitions of member states participating in all aspects of the integration projects. And I would suggest that there is perhaps some urgency around this, particularly around the question of Ukraine's European future. Because if we do get stuck with the dominant way of thinking, I think we should brace ourselves for 20+ years of negotiations, and you know, perhaps some EU member states chickening out at the last moment, and really bringing about a unwelcome backlash in a country which is, you know, heroically standing up for European values. And I think this is a time, therefore, to be more creative about how certain benefits, attributes of the European project can be already extended to the Ukrainians in a sort of sensible, humanly feasible timescale. And I think that's something that President von der Leyen alluded to in her State of the European Union address last year, when she said that Ukrainians should be joining the single market as soon as possible. I don't think she meant it, you know, once they join the EU, but rather as soon as possible. So with that, I'll stop here, and I'll commend my book, Governing the EU in an Age of Division, to your attention again. And thank you, Federico, for having me, and thank you all for bearing with me throughout those 12 minutes.
So thanks, Dalibor, for trying to summarize in 10, 12 minutes an argument that is relatively complex, and you can read it more extensively in the book. I mean, overall, the argument reminds me of one of the scenarios that the European Commission white paper from 2017, the famous white paper with the 5 scenarios it put forward, which is those who want more do more, the idea of an EU that is more polycentric, more flexible, and that acts more as a framework of rules, unbundling policies within. So to what extent that is feasible, it remains a big question mark, and I think that some of the discussants will pick that up. So what I would suggest is that we give the floor now to the 2 discussants to put some additional arguments on the table, and then we open it up. If you agree, I suggest that we go in the order of sitting, so we start from Camino and then Klaus. You can remain seated or go to the lantern as you prefer.
No, God, I will remain seated. Thank you very much, and sorry I was late. I was actually at another event, so sorry. I hope it doesn't look disrespectful. Dalibor, your book is really interesting, and it touches upon so many of the topics that we in Brussels are discussing obsessively in this kind of panels and over drinks all the time. I'm just going to take issue with 2 things that you just said. First, with the idea that divisions are here to stay. And the second one is the concept that diversity is not necessarily a bad thing. So let's start with divisions. So, of course, the 2000s were absolutely amazing years for European integration, particularly for 2 projects which, in my opinion, are some of the most cherished amongst European, the Euro and the Schengen area. Then we had the 2010s, which were not nice to either projects. And then we have had the 2020s, which so far have been not really nice to anybody, except perhaps to China. But I think the results of the crisis of the two 2010s, which were a highly divided Europe on the financial Eurozone crisis, sort of north-south. And then migration and refugee crisis, you had a dividing line between the East and the West, and that crystallized in what some people call the rule of law crisis, which I prefer to call the problem that the European Union has with its common legal space, but we'll talk about that later. Whereas I think the result of the 2020 crisis so far has been the opposite. It has been unity. We've seen it with Brexit. I mean, okay, Brexit is not a 2020 crisis. It started in 2016, but it crystallized in 2021, if you want. So we saw it with Brexit. We saw it with COVID. We are seeing it with Ukraine. And I'm going to make here a very daring bet that we are going to see it with China as well. And why I think we are going to see it with China is because at the end of the day, when push comes to shove and the European Union has to hedge against both a very assertive China and an increasingly isolationist US, I think sort of bickering about values is going to become less important than the things that hold us together. And that might be a little bit idealistic, but I think that is where we're going to go at. Then the second question that I take a little bit issue with is this idea that diversity is not necessarily a bad thing. Now, of course, the European Union's motto is united in diversity. So I'm not here to preach that, my understanding of family or, gender or whatever has to be the same than the understanding that somebody in Hungary or Luxembourg or even, Italy has. At the same time, I don't think diversity is necessarily optional everywhere. Diversity is not, there are parts of the European Union where diversity is absolutely not optional, and harmonization is not negotiable. And those parts, one of them, and going back to those very successful projects, one of those parts where harmonization is not negotiable is the Eurozone. And we've seen it. We've seen that through 10 years of crisis, we had to harmonize standards because you cannot have a currency union without a certain level of things that you need to have in place, and we did whatever it took. Another part where diversity is not negotiable, in my view, is Schengen. You cannot have a passport-free area without having a common migration and security policy. And I think that's a terrible misunderstanding that we are having in the European Union now, where countries think that they can sort of go on with their own migration policies because migration policies is a nice thing to have. It's a must-have if you want to have a Schengen area. And the third part of EU policy where I don't think you can sort of negotiate a certain level of harmonization is the common legal space. And the common legal space, to me, sort of includes the internal market, but also the area of freedom, security, and justice that allows you to, you know, like have courts rulings and also like share intelligence and all these sort of things that we know happen there. And that touches upon the rule of law. So the rule of law is also not optional. Now, we can, and perhaps I'm going to leave it there, and then we can have a conversation about values and the rule of law, which I agree with you, should be two different things. But when it comes to the rule of law, you cannot just say, I'm opting out of the rule of law, because otherwise you might as well say, I'm opting out of the common legal space.
Okay, thank you very much. So two rather powerful rebukes that I guess you will have to answer. Divisions are not here to stay. Maybe external threats will force us to unite. Maybe they are already forcing us to unite. And diversity might be also a bad thing, not necessarily a good thing, and especially in some critical areas, the Eurozone, Schengen, the common legal space, and the rule of law. But before you are allowed to react to that, I would suggest that also Klaus gets the chance to speak. The Dark Prince, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I see you put a lot of effort in re-establishing my trademark, yes. Let me first say that I think this is a book well written, intelligent, well informed, but it's a book from a certain standpoint which probably is inspired somewhere, if I understood the book correctly, from Friedrich von Hayek and, you know, this kind of thinking. But you can respond to this. I understood that the proposal made in this book is that basically the European Union should concentrate on the freedoms and the market, and that the issues beyond should be left to ad hoc coalition of states. If that is more or less a correct understanding, then what is proposed in this book is a system change, because that's not how we are functioning currently. And the argument given for system change here are that there are problems and issues in different areas. Some were already mentioned. The problem is just that for system change, it's not enough to argue that there are issues or problems, because in every setup you will have issues and problems. To argue for system change, you need to prove system failure. You need to prove that this system, in fact, doesn't work. And this proof I have not been finding in this book. And I would argue, on the contrary, that whereas maybe in 2016 some people could be thinking that with Brexit we are getting close there, the last years have rather moved us into the opposite direction. I think the EU is increasingly becoming the place where, if it's really serious, member states are coming together in order to solve their problems. I've been in a meeting with one of the prime ministers in a bilateral discussion, and he said, sorry, I cannot address energy anymore in a national context. I need that we take everything, and the foreign policy context belongs to it, together, and we put it together on the table in the European Union. And Ukraine has seen decisive leadership of the European Union. My perspective, or my perception of how the European Union behaved in Ukraine, is that it really started to become fully complementary to NATO. NATO is very good in the military hardware, but who could deal with 8 million refugees in the way it was dealt with very preferential conditions? Energy access, the financing of weapons acquisitions, giving hope through the membership perspective, I think that the European Union moved very decisively into the area of security and defense in this. And with all the diversity, who would have assumed that the member states would be able to pass 10 very difficult sanction packages, which are going beyond anything that has ever been passed around this world, and with Hungarian approval. After some discussions, but fair enough, Hungary also has some specific issues. It's a landlocked country. And to go even one step further, my view is that nowadays the European Union is structuring effectively the space in the West and in the center of the continent with the idea of a union of citizens and states. And the other half of the continent, the attempt is structuring by Russia. So this is going far beyond a market or a market cooperation. This, in fact, is the alternative to the system of empire which is proposed to us by Russia. And why are we able to deal with all this diversity? Because the Council still decides with qualified majority, which means it's all very painful, but once it's decided, it's also very solid. There is this book from the 1990s from Alan Milward, who speaks about the European rescue of the nation state, and that's exactly my position. The multitude of nation states which we are seeing nowadays has never existed in European history. And in fact, this multitude is made possible because we are no longer governed by empire, but by the rule of law, structured by the European Union of citizens and states. In the time of empire, if the rules of empire would still be valid, the Baltic states would already have disappeared, let's say, by efforts of their Russian neighbor. So the European Union is increasingly in the business of protection. Border protection, defense, COVID, and I believe we are moving from a legislative union to an executive union at the request of the member states. And is divergence a principal argument that this couldn't be possible? Let's have a look what combines Alabama and New York. Light years apart. We could find many other areas there. But I agree with you that this needs to be built on pluralism. We cannot expect from people in Eastern Poland to share exactly the same values as people in Poland, as people in Paris. This could only be asked for people in Eastern Poland if, on the other side, people in Paris would also be ready to exist to the norms of people that maybe are having in Eastern Poland. So, and that's also what we can learn from the United States. There's a huge flexibility and variety of norms, even going much further than we would be ready to accept if we are thinking, for example, of the death penalty. For me, this is a stability condition, pluralism for the European Union, but we have to find exactly where are undeniable human rights, which have to be applicable everywhere, and where starts this area of cultural diversity. The last point I would like to make, I believe that also institutionally, because we had a lot of different circles and different speeds, institutionally, objectively, we are moving closer to each other. Croatia has joined the Euro, and the Nordic exception on defense is no longer there. Denmark joined the European defense area, security and defense. Finland and Sweden have also been helpful by their application to join NATO, which is where most of the European Union member states are. Bulgaria and Romania have objectively qualified for Schengen. They are withheld by the resistance of one member state, but the quality conditions, the preconditions for membership are also met. So I perceive us rather in a phase where, let's say, those institutional differentiations are becoming smaller rather than bigger.
Thanks, Klaus. Again, a lot of interesting criticisms. I suggest that, Dalibor, maybe you can take some minutes to our first sort of reaction to the criticism, and then we open it up to questions from the floor.
There are plenty of really interesting sort of threads I could pull, and I don't want to, again, drone on for too long, so I'll just have to pick and choose. I suppose one sort of common theme to both Klaus and Camina was this notion that we really are sort of living in a qualitatively different world today than we were, say, 10 years ago, and that perhaps, you know, Russia's aggression against Ukraine was one of the triggers of that shift. I don't know, certainly don't to downplay, you know, what it took to get these 10 successive packages of sanctions adopted, and I think, you know, the EU certainly outperformed my expectations on this front. But more importantly, the Ukrainians themselves outperformed my and everybody's expectations too. And you have to wonder whether we would have seen this European leadership, if you want to put it that way, without A, Ukrainian successes on the battlefield, and B, without I mean, the US and UK involvement, especially in arming and training Ukrainians and making sure that the first Kiev offensive is a failure. And I mean, this is a moment that should indeed bring us together. I mean, you would sort of expect Europeans to respond to common threats in a unified fashion. At the same time, there is something to be said about the fact that when Ukrainians have been able to defend their country, Russia's military is being degraded, is being put through a meat grinder, and perhaps, you know, the tone of the Zeitenwende speech of February 27th might not be the tone that the Chancellor would have chosen if he had known that Ukraine can actually prevail on the battlefield. I think the Zeitenwende speech, in a way, was sort of tailored to a situation in which Ukrainians are overrun by Russian tanks, and those tanks are then right on EU's borders in, you know, Poland and Slovakia and elsewhere. And this, thankfully, is not the world we are living in. But it means also that, I mean, perhaps that sort of unifying effect of that external threat is not as strong as it could have been if it were really an existential struggle. And for that reason, I mean, I see this sort of common European front vis-à-vis Russia being perhaps more fragile than meets the eye. And it's not just because of actors like Viktor Orban, but also because of, you know, powerful business interests that would like to see a return to business as usual. And getting to something like a unified European front on China strikes me as an even more uphill battle, given that we are not directly threatened by China, given that, as some people put it, you know, a crisis over Taiwan would not be our crisis. And you know, maybe this will be all sort of hashed out and will arrive at a sort of, you know, satisfying or unsatisfying sort of common position on China. But I would like to sort of, you know, see that happen first, and I'll reserve my judgment until then. I think Camino very well sort of pointed out to a sort of tension that is in the book, which is between you know, intergovernmental cooperation by ad hoc coalitions and the existence of a system of common rules and norms within the EU. I mean, obviously the EU is a community based on rules, based on rule of law, based on sort of shared adherence to certain governing principles. And those two ideas are in tension. You could easily imagine coalitions of member states, you know, doing things together that would erode the integrity of the single market or integrity of the Schengen area. And we've seen instances of that, for instance, during the pandemic, where you had countries unilaterally closing borders and just sort of, you know, going out on a limb and doing things on their own. And I don't think those are helpful. I don't think, you know, grain import bans from Ukraine are helpful. I look very sternly on those news coming from my home country and Poland and others. But my point rather is not that we should sort of give up on common rules altogether, but I wanted to remind people that, I mean, the EU, by virtue of its structure, is not a sort of well-designed federal system where you would have the federal center of power with coercive powers that can bring the countries back in line if they misbehave, the way, you know, states have to comply with rulings of, you know, the US Supreme Court. And we can sort of talk about the flaws of the US constitutional architecture, but there is a meaningful difference there. And by extension, I don't think that there is a sort of deus ex machina solution to rule of law challenges plaguing, you know, countries like Poland or Hungary, and the idea that you can sort of reduce this to a sort of technocratic process where Commission will decide, etc., and things get sorted out without really going back to some form of political bargaining and give and take, just doesn't strike me as compelling. For the simple reason that although, let's say, European Court of Justice might sort of claim to be the ultimate arbiter of sort of constitutional questions, that might not necessarily be the position of national constitutional courts, as we sort of heard from Poland very, very bluntly, but also from other member states. And so, you know, we might not like it, but we do live in a sort of pluralistic Europe in which, I mean, there isn't a sort of top-down sort of external way of sort of deciding these kinds of conflicts when they arise, and that's where you need compromise, mutual accommodation, give and take, and so, although I mean, I am very much concerned by democratic backsliding, rule of law issues in Hungary and Poland, I also don't think there is a sort of straightforward, easy answer to those challenges, and I'm, you know, yes, like freezing some of the money seems to be changing the calculus of Viktor Orbán somewhat, and I think more should have been done on that front. But I mean, ultimately, there's a sort of political rather than sort of rules-based or legal decision, and ultimately, Hungary is going to stay as a member state, and we'll have to sort of live with in that setting, whether we like it or not. I mean, there's, you know, a lot more one could respond to, but perhaps in the interest of advancing the discussion, I'll hand it over to Federico to proceed as he sees.
I think so. It's still not entirely clear to me the extent to which you are advocating system change, as Klaus said, but maybe we'll come back to the question later on. I suggest, I mean, I have plenty of questions myself, but there are 18 minutes left for discussions, and in the interest of participation, I suggest that we start opening it up. If some of you have issues, questions that you would like to raise, I already see 2 hands up, and then maybe I'll come back in with some questions. I have 3 hands, so I suggest that maybe we take a first sort of group of questions, of these 3 questions. The lady here, and then Tommy and Roland.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask a question to Klaus. I prefer to call him Klaus than Dark Prince, because in the Brussels bubble, if you say Klaus without another name, they all know
it's him.
About whom. And it shows that he made himself very well known, but there is also a kind of friendliness when you call him by his first name. So I'll ask a question to Klaus. I tend to agree with his reading of the situation. The European Union is far from perfect, but it shows that it can respond to challenges. They showed it with the problems, the health problems, COVID. Health is not among the subjects the European Union has a possibility, and though it was asked to the European Union to work for all the member states, the Ukraine situation changed a lot in many countries, not to mention the Zeitenwende in Germany. So it adapts, maybe slowly, but it adapts. the enlargement has shown that it was a success story, although maybe we should, before the Big Bang, we should have tried to abolish the unanimity in order not to have these problems. But my question, since Klaus did this rapprochement with the United States, saying that the United States show a lot of flexibility among member states, which is true, I would say there is a huge difference, according to me. Defense and foreign policy is centralized. And maybe we should aim, as I said, slowly, because everyone has to see eye to eye to this. Yeah. I will think that this will strengthen a lot a European Union who is becoming a global player. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Very clear. So the defense problem. Tommy next, and then Roland at the back.
Thank you. I would a little bit divert from the debate, but then Federico can bring it back. 1 year from now, we have European elections, and related to that, always you have this future of Europe. That's the concept. That's the debate. We also in Martin's Center we have this future of Europe papers. My questions to you: is that any more? Or I wonder if that's any more productive approach to speak about future of Europe. Because if you look at the debate in many EU member states, you see very clearly public acceptance. So you have communal level, regional level, national level, and the European level. And as you know, we are speaking about different nuances of federalism, but as Dalibor pointed out, in fact, there is not so much willingness with EU member states to go for really institutional reform and etc., etc. And as you know, Klaus Welle pointed out, many of recent developments are not really ideological choice or value choices. They are practical choices which member states are doing not because they like it or prefer it, because they need it. And for me, often when we speak about future of Europe, it gives like a sensation of false promise of the future. But isn't the future already here?
Thank you, Tommy. Roland, yeah, at the back.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Federico. I'm Roland Freudenstein from Globsec, and I have many old friends and colleagues in this room because I used to work for the Martin Center. So, Dalibor, I would like to come back to the title question, enrich it a little bit by a couple of words and say, can a Europe heterogeneous in rule of law questions be a strong actor globally? And I would add my skepticism here, and I'm interested in your opinion. Maybe it's complicated. Maybe we can, be vague about whether the European Court of Justice is the right instrument or rule of law conditionality. But my claim would be that we cannot credibly stabilize our eastern neighborhood, for example, without at least trying to enforce the rule of law inside the European Union. Doesn't mean that we can be successful tomorrow. Viktor Orban is not going to change course 180 degrees because of the rule of law conditionality. But, the fact that theft is punishable doesn't mean that there are no more thieves. But the effort has to be made, because otherwise we can't deal with the autocracies like Russia and China. We can't deal with third countries in places like Africa and Latin America and introduce any conditionality into our relations with them. And certainly we cannot stabilize our eastern neighborhood if we do not credibly stand by certain principles on the separations of powers, which I hope we agree, believe are the the precondition for prosperity, stability, democracy, freedom, and peace, actually. Thanks.
Thanks, Roland. It is funny, Dalibor, that you are getting all these questions about the rule of law as if you didn't care about it. Well, this has been one of your main, issues, and you have taken quite big blows from governments around Europe which are violating the rule of law. So maybe
well, actually, I should say that Viktor Orban ran a sting operation against me, and there was like 24 hours worth of news cycle in Hungary from the leaks of me admitting something supposedly in private. I mean, you can Google that stuff. Like they spent a lot of time on that to surprisingly little effect, in my opinion. But
so maybe the first step in this debate will be for you to re-establish your credentials as a defender of the rule of law, which I think are quite sound. But maybe let's start with Klaus on defense, because the question was specifically addressed to you, and then we go back to the other speakers.
Yeah. Okay, I will try to quickly run through. When you are looking at opinion polls over the last 30 years where citizens want more Europe, top is always security and defense, foreign affairs. What are they not getting? Security and defense and foreign affairs. Have member states given a very good example by one after another traveling to see Mr. Putin and trying to convince him? Not really. Have member states given a very good example by one after another traveling to China, hoping to get some business deals with them? Not really. I mean, the Chinese are amusing themselves with us. As long as we are divided, we are weak. So that's really where a key focus for integration should be. Just short words on the other two. Future of Europe. I don't think we need another huge treaty change debate. Sectoral treaty change, yes, if needed, but we have been proven that it's more an issue of political will, and if political will is there, things can be moving forward. And on the rule of law is non-negotiable. And countries which might want to question this, especially in the East, have to know that there will be no consensus for further enlargement of the European Union if these issues are not settled, especially not settled in Central Eastern Europe.
Thanks, Klaus. I would suggest, Dalibor, that you address all three questions if you want.
I'll try to, but first of all, I want to sort of respond to the rule of law query and also to reestablish my credentials. I mean, I wrote my first article criticizing the Orban government back in 2011. I published it in the now defunct Weekly Standard magazine, which is sort of bought by center-right audience and was read by the center-right audience in America, and I think become the sort of lone voice on America's sort of center-right pushing against what I thought was a clear instance of incumbent entrenchment underway in Hungary and to some extent in Poland. Where I suppose I parted ways with some of my left liberal friends on these issues was that I never was very keen to criticize Viktor Orban on grounds of the various culture wars he got into and his views on immigration or sort of smear campaigns against George Soros. Like all of those things I find distasteful and problematic, but to me they are not the main beef that we should be having with countries of Central and Eastern Europe that are suffering from rule of law problems. I mean, the problem to me is very clear that there is no longer a competitive political sphere in a place like Hungary. There is no longer a sort of contested political space in which opposition can reasonably expect to win an election and sort of retake power in a democratic way. So that certainly is, I mean, it's a major challenge to the European Union. I mean, particularly as we purport to be a community based on values, shared principles. But the problem, I mean, again, does not have a sort of miraculous sort of outside solution. We either are a community based on values or we are not. And if Hungarians, let's say, or Poland, I mean, do sort of go astray, I mean, I'm certainly in favor of making sure that there are consequences for bad behavior, and that is not limited just to sort of bad behavior in the form of incumbent entrapment, also just acting in bad faith on matters of foreign and security policy, the way especially the Hungarian government has over the years. So, but the important thing to me is that this is not a sort of technical question. There is no rule book. There is no sort of procedure to follow. I think we've been sort of almost deluding ourselves with, you know, Article 7 and sort of trying to sort of reduce it to some kind of a technical challenge, when it really is a question of politics. And on that front, I think, you know, we've been doing far too little, far too late. I mean, I think we can all agree on that. I mean, I'll stop here.
Thanks, Dalibor. I mean, to be fair with
Dalibor,
filibuster too much. The part I think of your book that addresses this issue is called the Great Conflation. And so what you are criticizing is the tendency to mix basic rule of law issues like checks and balances, the independence in the judiciary, and progressive values, whatever one may think about it, on abortion, on gender relations, on LGBTI plus right, etc. So I think your argument is much more subtle. Your argument is it wise for the European project to identify with the progressive agenda that goes much beyond the basic rule of law? But okay, then I would say, Camino, you may want to come in even on this issue.
I think the question on the future of Europe and the question of on the rule of law are actually really very much related. I think the European Union has moved very, very far from Lisbon. And we have not had a proper thoughts about what is it that we're doing and where is it that we're going. I'm not saying that we need a new treaty, but for example, when it comes to questions on the rule of law related to the area of freedom, security and justice, but also the single markets, we haven't had a sort of program or thinking about what justice and home affairs policies we want to have in the past, I don't know, 10 years, because member states decided the European Union was going too far. And that resulted on a situation where I think there is a confusion, and I come back to my point before, about what policies are actually compulsory, in a way, and what policies are optional. And I know this doesn't make me very popular on my lefty liberal environments that I live in. I think sort of same-sex marriages are optional. And we have, that's the reason why we don't have a European Code of Private International Law, right? And I mean, I support same-sex marriages, but they are not necessary for the functioning of the European Union as we know it now. If we want to make them not optional, then we might want to have a chat about it with everybody involved. What is not optional, in my view, is protecting minorities. And that is where the great conflation, and that's what's happening in Hungary, is coming from. But also, and to me, what's happening in Hungary is absolutely horrendous, but I am much more worried about what's happening in Poland and the fact that the Polish government has gotten a sort of a white card on all the judicial reforms because of the war, when judicial reforms are actually, or the independence of the judiciary is actually absolutely not optional. So I think, and this makes me really unpopular here in Brussels, but I think that we need to come to an agreement in which, if you want to be part of Schengen, you really, really cannot opt out migration policies. If you think that we can have the different approaches to migration, then we might as well not have a Schengen area. And to me, this is so important, and it's something that is a link that we don't make to the member states or to the citizens, that then we are left with the European Union, which is divided between those fighting for those things, sort of like flagging, waving the liberal flag, so to speak, and those trying to argue, like you and I am doing as well, that these are necessary things for the European Union to work. It's not a question of ideology. But this argument is becoming much more difficult to make.
If I can just very quickly sort of react to that, because I think this is a very important point, where I would sort of put a question mark around to what you said is when you say that you can't have, say, Schengen area without common immigration policy, can't have the Eurozone without some other component. But the thing is, you can't really will these things into being just sort of by desiring them if you have real substantive disagreements, which do exist on these matters. Like ask in an opinion poll Hungarians like whether they want immigration into the country or refugees into them, and they'll say no. And you have other countries where you have very different answers. And and the reality is we already have a Schengen area, and I think it's a wonderful thing. We already have the common currency, and yet we don't have the various attributes that go with a well-functioning, optimum currency area, if you will. And we have to live with it somehow. Like there is no magic wand with which you sort of create a immigration policy at the European level that's sort of sustainable, just as there is no magic wand with which you create a sort of fiscal union that's sustainable, that doesn't create a sort of massive backlash that makes, AFD pale in comparison.
But we should aspire to have one, right? I mean, maybe that's the difference in between what you're saying and what I'm saying. I think that we should aspire to have something like that. And maybe you say that we should just live in this reality
maybe that's
where everything is imperfect.
Last reaction, Dalibor, because then we need to wrap up. If you want to, maybe any last word?
from the Dark Prince.
On this debate, or no? No. Then look.
We have 9 seconds left, so.
Yeah. So look, I mean, I won't give you any sort of final summary. I will only say that whether you are, I mean, Dalibor presented a very polycentric, disaggregated idea of European integration. I think Klaus, maybe Camino, are much more on the traditional sort of federalist position. I will be in the middle. I normally call my position a subsidiary federalism, but I think there is one thing we all agree, that the acceptance of a fair amount of diversity in Europe is necessary, and that in constructing unity, we need to keep that into account. I think it is in a way also the ethos of the conference that we had today. This is a conference that brings to Brussels a network of member foundations that operate at the national level. So they come to Brussels, they present their work, but they fit within a common political horizon. So it's the same idea of constructing a unity out of a diversity that exists and that we want to value. I leave you with the quote of our founder, Wilfred Martens, from his memoirs, which I like a lot, on the problem of federalism. It will require much courage and leadership to make clear that federalism is not to be equated with centralism. On the contrary, federalism provides a safeguard for devolution and decentralization on the basis of the principle of subsidiarity. Whether this goes more in a polycentric direction or in a more classical federalist direction, but I think we all can agree on this. And thank you very much for your attention. I will now call the President Zurinda on stage for his final closing remarks, and then we slowly but surely move towards the cocktail. Thank you very much.
The applause was dedicated to the speakers, not to me, I am afraid. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends, our 8th edition of Net Network is slowly but surely coming to its end. As Federico has pointed out rightly, we understand the event as a special forum which brings people from different countries, different regions to Brussels in order to look for right answers on national or regional questions related to global challenges. And I think that this tradition is good and worth of our effort. The most substantial thing in my eyes is the fact that we had 4 interesting and inspiring discussions, including this fascinating fireside chat. Well, social media has brought unprecedented possibilities for getting information, but also spreading disinformation. Not only disinformation, but also propaganda, hatred, which lead to the huge polarization of our societies or democracies. And we see this not only in our European countries, not only in our neighborhood, but also in the United Kingdom or in the United States. We remember the raid on Capitol in early 2021. This is why I consider it beneficial that one of today's panel discussions focused on disinformation and all relevant consequences. Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine on the 24th of February last year has brought defense and the related policies into the center of EU policy decision-making. Voices calling for a stronger European pillar of NATO, for higher European military mobility, and for European military industrial performance and cooperation are not only legitimate, but also very, very rational. However, under the umbrella of NATO, not out of NATO. It is good that the European People's Party, but also our institution, the Martin Center, along with our member foundations, pay the highest attention to European security and defense. Demography and the aging population in Europe represent another big challenge for our societies and our European policies. The latest survey by the Eurostat projects that there will be close to 500,000 centenarians in the EU 27 by 2050. So we need to be prepared and to undertake decisions already now. We, as Federico underlined a while ago, we at the Martin Center have been struggling since 2016 to come up with some perspective ideas on how to shape the EU in the years to come, to make the EU a more powerful and respected global player. We all know that our European house has not been accomplished. I spoke several times with Klaus Welle, who has decided to join us in the Martin Center, which is great. And we realized that the EU is already in the form of a federation, but with some holes and with the situation when the project has not yet been accomplished. It is also so because Europe is very heterogeneous in traditions, historical experience and heritage, geography, national priorities, but also national interests. The question of how to defend our unity in diversity and promote necessary reforms at the same time is very topical and very, very timely. And I am really glad that we in the Martin Center have a lot to say about this most pressing issue, as our fireside chat showed. I completely agree with Dalibor that diversity is not necessarily a bad thing, but it is not easy to manage that. To respect our traditions, diversity, but also to be united and operational, it means strong enough. My dear friends, I am glad that this forum brought the opportunity for a deep dive into above-mentioned topics and came up with some ideas for a stronger and democratic Europe. Therefore, let me thank our traditional partners, very loyal, reliable traditional partners, the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, Hans Seidel Stiftung, and Politische Akademie from Austria. Thank you very much for your loyalty, your effort to make this forum happen. My thank goes to all speakers, moderators, and the mastermind of the event, our colleague Anna Nalivaiko. Many thanks, Anna. My dear friends, last but not least, I'd like to thank you all. You have been a fantastic auditorium. Without your engagement, without your will to come and join our work, wouldn't be sensible. So many, many thanks. And now I invite you all for a modest cocktail. Enjoy it. Thank you.